Hello everybody. Welcome to Chanel No. 5's birthday celebration. 100 years of Chanel No. 5. Okay. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not going to wear a tuxedo. I'm not going to wear a tie. We're not going to make this the official bougie type of thing. This is a chill, happy celebration. Yes, I am wearing Chanel. I'm also wearing Zombic Couture. Go check him out as well. And I am wearing a little something. Coco loved Great Britain, didn't she? She had a lot of lovers there. Looking at you, Mr. Westminster. And this is from the 2010 collection. It is a necklace slash brooch. It's two things, two in one. You get this little cord thing to attach to your neck, or you could take the double C off and use it as a brooch. It's a huge thing. So there's a little bit of Great Britain there because it's a part of Coco's love, and she did wear Chanel No. 5 when she did go to Great Britain to celebrate her love affairs, darling. So what else? This is going to be a very interesting celebration. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on in this live stream. The video that you've watched and seen as kind of the lead into the main show is taken from Chanel's own website. One of the videos that they posted in tribute to Chanel No. 5, I think they posted it in March just to celebrate the countdown to the birthday. So thank you so much for that, Chanel. Hashtag not sponsored, just fair use. The music, however, does fall under fair use. It has been taken out of the copyright-free YouTube library and places where music is copyright free. So hello everybody. Hello Audrey. Hello Lizzie. Hello Maria. Hello David. Hello Henry. Hello Isaac. Hello Gautier. Yes, we are 100 years old. Audrey says, "What's up with Chanel not promoting the birthday today?" I don't know. That's why we got hello Aisha. Hello Rich Mitch. Hello Jack. Hello Maximo. Hello everybody. Hello, I saw Debbie before as well. Hello Oli. Hello, I'm Louis. Hello Velasquez. Hello Robert. Hello Emina, the polyester pimp. Ankush, Bata, Caleb, Drac. Hello everybody, and hello to my mom who's also watching. Hello Helen. Hello, is Chanel too cool for Chanel? Asks Rich Mitch. Hello Stanislava. Hello George. Hello Renaud. Hello Lynn's review. Hello everybody. Hello, Yana, Ghosted, again, Debbie, hello, Nichka, gosh, so many people. We're almost 100 people watching right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you also for waiting. I had some difficulties as usual. You know how technology is in the fashion bunker. We are a little bit old school, and it took me a long time to prepare. And I couldn't find this piece, actually. It was in a separate container, but don't you worry, I got you covered. Everything is here now. So I am wearing hello Lizzie again. Hello everybody. Gosh, so many wonderful people. So what is this? This is the Cruise collection. I'm wearing the Cruise collection sweater. I think this was the last one Carl did before he passed away. So we have a little bit more homage to the cities where Coco Chanel used to travel and open her first boutiques, and also mourn over the loss of one of the biggest loves of her life, which was Boy Capel. It also celebrates the Les Eaux de Chanel. So we do have the cardinal cities of Coco, which would be in the back here. We got Deauville, Biarritz, and Venice. But of course, these cities would be nothing without, where is it? Where did I put it? These cities would be nothing without Chanel No. 5, because thanks to Chanel No. 5, Coco got also a lot of her fortune in her lifetime. And Chanel No. 5 was released in 1921 on the 5th of May, which is today, exactly 100 years ago. So technically you could say the birthday of Chanel No. 5 was not the 5th of May, because it took a year or 2 or 3 to create this perfume. So its inception is perhaps in 1918, 1919, maybe 1920. So in reality, the perfume's launch, let me just put this down where it won't get damaged. The perfume's inception was, just like our births. The parents make love, and then 9 months later we are born. So our birth Is it that day when we're born, or is it actually 9 months prior to that? Same applies to Chanel number 5, but official release the 5th of May 1921. Why? For the love of me, I don't know why Chanel is not celebrating it today, why they're not even mentioning it on their website that today is Chanel number 5's birthday. I think they are doing it because they're not mentioning it because they want to, I think, profit as much as they can from this birthday thing. So they don't want to make it a one-day date. They don't want to make it, you know, like, oh, today is the birthday and then the whole world celebrates today, buys the perfume today, and then it's over. I think they want to, I think strategically, marketing-wise, they're not celebrating it officially, not because they're too cool for school, but because they want to profit from the entire year. They want to make this the year of the 100th birthday of Chanel number 5. That's why they're not really pinpointing the actual date, I think, because they want to release a lot of new things for Chanel number 5 this year, and they want us to purchase it, right? So, I just drank water, but of course we're going to have a little bit of champagne later on as well. I just can't get drunk immediately, otherwise this live stream is busted. So I have a bit of new news coming at you. Let's begin this celebration with a little bird has tweeted me that one of these special editions of Chanel number 5 for its 100th birthday might just be a golden bottle. I mean, you know, we already had our red one, and we have, here's a Chanel number 5 L'Eau red bottle. There might be a golden one coming out. Is it going to be 100 ml eau de parfum and l'eau, eau de toilette, and the pure perfume for like $50,000? This I do not know. Is it going to be smaller bottles and bigger bottles? I don't know. But that's the kind of news flash for today. Apparently there will be a golden bottle coming out. And another one of you has told me that there might be a white bottle coming out as well. But the golden one seems to be confirmed more than, well, it's still alleged, right? But it seems to be more the thing that's coming out than the white bottle. The white bottle would be like creamy, you know, like Jean-Paul Gaultier's La Fleur du Mal. So this particular celebration is, oh, there's a, Helena says, I have a son that looks very much like you, love you already. Oh, thank you so much, Helena Madeiros. Dacob's mom, you can be truly proud of your son, says Anichka. Oh, thanks. Yeah, my mom's watching. She's reading. Hello, Olfactive Stories. Hello, everybody. So, oh gosh, there's so much to talk about. Okay, so, of course, throughout this special event, we are also going to be unboxing the Pure Perfume Vintage. What did I just step on here? Hold on, you guys. I'm scared of damaging this special stuff all around me. So we have the Pure Perfume of Chanel number 5 in the... I'm so scared of tilting everything here. This one is so precious. It is the Grand Extrait. It is the big extract. 116 to 120 milliliter. It's bigger than this, you guys. And I got this on an auction last December, and I kept it closed because I thought I'm going to unbox it specially just for, you know, Chanel number 5's 100th birthday. It's still sealed. So opening something like this is kind of hurts my heart. But at the same time, I'm like, well, Chanel number 5's 100th birthday is only once, so might as well enjoy it now. And I don't know if you can, with the microphone, hear the liquid inside. So it's full, it's still sealed. So we are going to do the unboxing throughout this festive celebration. But first, let me get to my computer. So as you can see, we will be showcasing and celebrating Chanel number 5, all of the iterations of Chanel number 5. We will also be enjoying Chanel number 5 advertisements throughout the decades. Now, let me just switch over here so I can have a better overview of everything. Coco would want you to open it today. Yes, right? Says Jack. Okay, so I have my list here. So let me see. Okay, you guys, let's play these are all in random order. So whatever comes. I'm loving the surprise effect of this. Mind you, Chanel No. 5 advertisements began already in the 20s. Coco Chanel, of course, we didn't have really television going on back then. So advertisements were in black and white, and they were printed in magazines like Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, even later on. And either sketches or photographs. Only, you know, with the breakthrough of television did we start getting moving visuals as advertisements for Chanel No. 5. Some were made in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, the 10s, and now in the 20s as well. So Chanel No. 5 has seen decades and decades and decades of faces portraying it, of storylines portraying it, of iterations of bottle being portrayed, different slight nuances, you know, how the bottle changed. The Chanel No. 5 original pure perfume bottle was quite different from what we see today. Today's No. 5 pure perfume bottle is this shape. This is a 15 milliliter bottle that we get. There's just a couple of droplets left in this one, so it's right about time for me to unbox the new vintage bottle. But so this iteration is more from the 90s, 2000s with a thicker stopper. The new versions of these stoppers are thinner again. But the first iteration from 1921 looked like a flask that you would hide in your pocket to drink alcohol. And it is said that in part, Pablo Picasso helped Coco design that bottle. All right, let's play the first commercial and see what it is. Oh, yeah, by the way, so these advertisements, okay, so this one is, I think, from the 90s. We got, or is it 2000s? I'm going to check it. We got Little Red Riding Hood in Paris. So the music is not the original music, by the way. So the videos are taken all over YouTube. This is from Chanel's own YouTube channel. So it falls under fair use because we're reviewing it, but I had to take off the music. So be wary of that. There you go. The wolf is on her side. And it howls to the moon of No. 5. Isn't this a wonderful commercial? Okay, so this is one example of how Chanel No. 5, how Chanel, the brand, reinvents Chanel No. 5 throughout the years. Usually, how does it work? Chanel No. 5 is, they say, the most sold perfume in the world. It is the most sold perfume in the world, mostly towards Christmas time. You know, that's when Chanel invests a lot of money to make these Christmassy advertisements. They all kind of fall, they kind of hit around November, December to promote the Christmas sales of the perfume. In fact, we see Little Red Riding Hood in a winter landscape, Paris, right? So this is a Little Red Riding Hood in winter, because the advertisement also was released right around Christmas. The interesting thing, I think this was, let me see if it was Luc Besson or who was the... Yeah, Luc Besson was the director, right. So Luc Besson, so this is, we're talking about the 90s. I remember this one in 1998, says Hélène French. It's so interesting, Luc Besson, because he was riding the tide of his fame. You know, Luc Besson just came out of the movie The Professional with that was Natalie Portman's first role, and then he did The Fifth Element. Luc Besson was the French director that was kind of worldwide seen as the French director to watch. So of course he got the task to film Chanel No. 5's advertisement back then. The colors are very saturated, typical for the 90s. We have this oversaturation of red hues and blue hues, and the bottle has that almost pissy yellow, intense yellow color, which throughout the decades, sometimes Chanel showcases that bottle as being, the liquid as being less yellow or more yellow, but the maximum saturation we ever got was in the 90s. advertisements. Dacob, you like the Fifth Element. I'm not surprised that you also like this Red Hood commercial. I do love the Fifth Element very much. The movie is fantastic. Of course, the brand did not make the costumes. Gaultier made the costumes for that movie. But I love it so much. Hello, Fernando. Hello from Paris, drinking champagne and watching your number 500th anniversary live stream. Yay, thank you. Gautier says, will you record this live? Please, please, please. This is a live stream. Yes, this one it's going to remain on my YouTube channel. Yes, as a celebration video for whoever wants to watch it. And this is also one of the reasons why I decided to dress not so formally today, because for whoever wants to rewatch this video, having me stand there in a tuxedo and a tie and be all formal, it just defeats the purpose of having this video just being chill and easy to watch over and over and over again for whoever wants to. Let me showcase to you another little piece of Chanel No. 5 magic while we're going through this journey of Chanel No. 5. Here it is, the Fragment d'Or, it's the sparkling body gel. Now, this one is very orangey in its smell. It does have the glitter everywhere, and it's something you're supposed to put after you've taken a shower. It smells really good, very aldehydic. However, it does dry out your skin quite a bit. It's very alcoholic. I always say that the Fragment d'Or is the alcoholic of the entire Chanel No. 5 family. This is the most alcoholic. I know that the perfumes are actually almost like pure alcohol, but still, they evaporate, they have the essential oils. It's a different story. This one, you're supposed to lavish yourself with it, put it all over your body. It has that jelly, sticky consistency plus the alcohol. This is the alcoholic of the Chanel No. 5 family. Nevertheless, it is divine. The smell is gorgeous. As it dries down on the skin, you get a beautiful orangey kind of aldehydic, orangey, jasmine-y smell, and you get the glitter. Some people don't like the glitter, but yes, this one is all about the glitter. Look at that liquid gold. So I thought this is definitely one that merits showcasing in this 100th anniversary of Chanel No. 5. Aisha says, I love the Chanel eye makeup machine that Mila J uses in The Fifth Element. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen The Fifth Element in like 5 years. No, actually, I rewatched it a couple of months ago. Oh, yeah. That was Chanel No. 5. So Chanel actually, in fact, did sponsor it in particular, but not with the costumes again. They did. I'm thinking now, there is a scene in the bathroom as well. Is there a Chanel No. 5 perfume there? There might be a bottle of cocoa instead of Chanel No. 5 in The Fifth Element. Liquid gold, says Gautier. MK says, love your outfit, Dacob, an homage to the menswear from post-2005. So, I mean, this is, of course, as I said, this is Lagerfeld's last cruise collection. So we have a little cashmere sweater going on. A dear friend of mine, Andy Andreas Zombik, he makes these drawings. He's a wonderful artist. So this really matches this kind of my love affair, my tumultuous love affair with Chanel, this kind of almost video game type of love-hate relationship, because, you know, I always have my issues with them, but I love them so much at the same time. So it's a kind of an odyssey. So that fits very symbolic. You know, I'm always very symbolic, just like Coco was. And then we have this necklace thing going on, which is also a brooch, actually. You see? There's the brooch bit. Hello, Isaac. Greetings from my office. Hey, glad that you can make it. So, let me show you one more thing. I just showed you the alcoholic of the family. Now I'm going to show you the messy aunt, or the messy cousin. I want to say the messy aunt. She's a little bit loud. She goes all over the place. She talks to everybody. She's one of those, you know, at the family gatherings, she's the character that it's kind of difficult to kind of say, hey, auntie. Oh, Candy Nova has become, oh, thank you so much for becoming a member, Candy. Thank you. Big heart to you. And so here, I'm going to show this to you, Candy, and to everybody else. It's a little bit, I'm not allowed to click this because, okay, why is this the loud aunt? The sticky one, once you spray her, she doesn't want to leave, because this is a body oil. It's a dry body oil. Kind of a dry body oil, but it is so messy. When you spray this one, And there you have it. When you spray this one, it's all over the place. The sprayer nozzle, this would have been better if it were just like a drop or dripping oil instead, because it smells divine. It's great on the skin. Even though it's very dry, it doesn't make you feel oily. It's a very strange sensation. It's like nice and not nice at the same time. And when you spray it on your skin, you can't just like aim at one spot. It sprays all over the place. So it falls on the floor. I mean, this is a messy, messy, messy product. So you have to spray it like either in the palm of your hand, just like really close, and then rub it in, or do it while you're in the bathtub, because you don't want to mess up the whole bathroom or wherever you're spraying it. Don't ever spray this outside of the bathroom. So I always say I keep my perfumes everywhere, except I never keep my perfumes in the bathroom because it's too humid there. But everywhere else is game. Except for these bath products. This particular oil stays in the bathroom because I don't want to make the mistake and kind of fall into temptation and spritz it in the bedroom, because it's going to be all over the place. So that's kind of the messy, let's say the messy member of the family would be that body oil. The necklace suits the cardigan perfectly, says MK. Thank you very much. I wanted it to be, you know, easygoing today, like a light, especially as the cardigan is made in Scotland. Yes, the cardigan is made in Scotland. Well noted. And this little fella, I think this one was made in Italy, even though we have the Union Jack flag. So this comes from the Paris-London collection from 2009/2010. So that's where this brooch / necklace comes from. And as you know, Chanel loved... Now, we know that Great Britain left Europe. So in a way, it's kind of a bittersweet thing. You know, Coco comes from Europe, and at a certain point in time, Great Britain was part of Europe, but it left Europe again. So it's kind of a bittersweet thing to have this weird moment, reminding ourselves that Chanel loved Great Britain and British men very much. Boy Capel, also British, not just the Duke of Westminster. So Coco had a love affair with the Brits, definitely. The outfit is easygoing, but so pop. I mean, it's a little bit, yeah, you know, we got to celebrate. This is a fun moment. I didn't want to do the tuxedo. I had a tuxedo option, but we didn't go for that. We got over 100 people watching. Yay, thank you so much. Thumb up this video if you're liking it. And, you know, let the algorithm know that this is the place to be right now, our Chanel No. 5 party. And don't forget, you can also, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, subscribe now. Thumb up the video. You can also push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. And also, guys, send some, while we're like talking about Chanel No. 5, for all my members, if you become a member, you do get also access to exclusive emojis. So let me see all of your No. 5 perfume bottle emojis and the camellia emojis. Let it rain. Let it rain camellias today for Chanel No. 5. I want to see like raining camellias in the chats. The camellia is flower. It's called it's the flower emoji. So we need the flower emoji and the perfume emoji. Oh, Ankush, love you too, sweetie. Yes, the Duke of Westminster, olfactive stories. Yeah, here you go. Check it out, you guys. It's raining Chanel No. 5 perfume bottles and camellias. Woo! Ah, this is so cool. Oh, I'm loving this. You guys, check it out. Yeah, there's Coco as well. Oh man, this is so cool. We got a waterfall of camellias and Chanel No. 5 perfume bottles for the 100th birthday. That's so awesome. Look at it. Look at them go. Look at them go. Look at them go. Also, oh yes, let them flow. Let the floodgates of Chanelism flow. We got the camellia and the bottle. Mmm. Yeah, that's delicious. Thank you, guys. That looks so beautiful. Waterfalls, Chanel No. 5. Don't go chasing. Well, we can't sing that song, right? We're going to get demonetized. Yeah, money, money. Audrey's being cheeky. So, let me show you another little product. While we're at it, let's get to the first unboxing. And this one... is just, I'm going to unbox this very quickly, the new soap. It's not a new soap. Hold on, let me come in closer. There you go. It is not a new soap, but I have finished my old soap. Oh my God, this camera, you guys. Okay, I have finished my old soap and I'm just going to unbox the new soap now. This is batch code 5701. So the soap is not a new product, but I love my Chanel No. 5 soaps. So to celebrate the 100th birthday, it's like weird. It's like it's my birthday. I'm opening this as a birthday present for Chanel No. 5, which is so bizarre. Like, it's Chanel No. 5's birthday, but I'm unboxing Chanel No. 5. Anyway, we love the sound of foil breaking, so I'm going to put that close to the mic now. And out it comes. It doesn't have to come out completely. Oh, I opened it on the wrong side. Hold on. I have little scissors here, prepared already. So the scissors are not cutting the box, they're just helping it open there. And the birth of a new perfume. Overlit, but there it is. Oh my gosh, you guys, the smell. This little pebble, gorgeous. So it still has its foil. I'm going to take the foil off the second that I take it to the bathroom. I'm not going to take the foil off now because otherwise this soap, it's kind of waxy as well. So I don't want it to mess up the whole setting that I have here with the other perfumes. But so this is the unboxing of the new soap. Oh, divine. Let me put it back into its little container for now. From time to time, Chanel does come out. Maybe they're going to do this for the 100th birthday release. They do come out with a deluxe version of the soap with a little tray. At the moment, they don't have that, but they just have the regular soap like this packaged, as you've seen now. So we did the first unboxing. Thumb up this video if you like it, guys. And subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And let me read some of your comments. Does anybody else have the soap? Though there's a lot of comments. Yes, they still sell the soap, Audrey. Yes, the soap is still in production. Yes, soap is still available. Yeah. Oh, nice. Fernando says they called me to offer me products and tell me that they would soon announce the day of the reception. They are closed but will open in 2 weeks. So did they already tell you what new products are coming? Oh, Olu says I love that soap. Yeah, and it's a great soap. So do I use it? Yes. I don't really use soap, but I imagine the smell is glorious. So you guys, this soap, I love to use it because the whole bathroom smells super divine when the soap is in the bathroom. But I also have a couple of these taken out of the box, but still in their foil. And I put them with their protective foil in my wardrobe. Or let's say in boxes where I keep delicate products. Like for example, my cashmere cardigans are always in a special sealed plastic box and they always have Chanel soaps in them. This one is in a box with a Chanel number 19 soap. Chanel number 19, however, the soap has been discontinued. But I have other places where I put my Chanel number 5 soap. So even if you don't use soaps on your hands or your body, these are the best thing that you could buy for your wardrobe, because I have some of these soaps that are over 10 years old. They still smell like brand new. So the wardrobe always smells fresh and incredible. It's the best investment you can make, because for around like $25 to $30, you get a soap that if you don't use it for your body, but you put it in your wardrobe, your wardrobe is going to smell divine for at least a decade. I know mine has, because some of the soaps I have are actually over 10 years old even. I do also have a cocoa soap also discontinued. And the cocoa soap that I have, it's still going strong. The one that I use in my wardrobe is over 10 years old. So that's a tip for you. You don't only have to use this Chanel No. 5 soap for your body, because it does tend to dry you out. This is not the best quality soap. It's not a hydrating soap. It doesn't have these essential oils in there that kind of nourish the skin. It dries out the skin. Let's not beat around the bush with this. Like, this is not a good quality soap for maintaining and keeping your skin healthy and hydrated. This is just the most wonderfully perfumed soap ever. So, truth be told, it's best to use it for the wardrobe. Yeah, leave it still in its plastic foil, like I showed you, the round pebble. Leave the plastic foil around. It's still semi-permeable, so it's gonna transpire it's gonna allow the perfume to come out, but the foil will not allow the soap to dry out. So that's why leave the foil around the soap when you put it in your wardrobe, and also leave the foil around the soap because you don't want the soap to stain or rub off your clothes. So that foil is super important for so many different reasons, to leave it on your soap and to just enjoy the smell. Now, I use it for my hands. It does dry out my hands, so I don't wash my hands with it every day, but I do have it open in the bathroom because the bathroom smells divine when the soap is open. In the case of the bathroom, I take the foil obviously off the soap because I kind of replenish the water on the soap every time I wash my hands with it. Water comes onto the soap, so the soap doesn't really dry out. With time, if you don't use it enough, it might crack. You know how soaps crack if you don't use them enough in the bathroom? Again, it's not going to crack in the wardrobe, obviously, because you're going to leave your foliage around it. So that's very important to note. So this soap is kind of an all-rounder thing. It has so many different functionalities. So I think that it doesn't have the smell of Chanel No. 5, the eau de parfum or the pure perfume. It is within the family of Chanel. It's more in the direction, it's like it's a soapy version of Chanel No. 5. So don't expect this to smell like your eau de parfum, but expect definitely to recognize it completely as a Chanel No. 5 fragrance. So as such, I would recommend this one if you're just going to kind of step into the family of Chanel No. 5 perfumes for the first time and you're on a budget. This is the best way to have the fragrance, the scent in your apartment or in your bedroom around you at all times without like breaking the bank, you know. So it doesn't last long on the skin. If you're going to wash your hands with it, it's going to smell for like 20 minutes and then it's gone. It's a very fleeting moment, you know. So that's why I say that it's best when kept in the wardrobe, actually. That's my tip to you. Susan says, it was a bit disappointed. It really does not smell like No. 5. It does smell like No. 5, DNA of No. 5, but it does not smell like eau de parfum or eau de toilette or l'eau or the pure perfume. It has the No. 5 ingredients in it, but you have to understand, it's a soap. So it's kind of like a soap iteration of Chanel No. 5. It's a different nuance of Chanel No. 5. I really, really like it. It smells super clean, delicate, soft, powdery, because we have that powder typical to Chanel No. 5. It has that aldehyde type of nuance in there as well. So it's definitely, for me, big tip. So let me read some more comments. They only offered me products that I know. Okay, yeah. And these receptions are being prepared in the bigger stores. I don't know how many people will be able to enter. So the Chanel No. 5 celebration is also going to be made. You could check out my other video, my Chanel news flash, where I talked about the pop-up stores that are coming for the 100th anniversary celebration of Chanel No. 5's birthday. And there are going to be special products as well. New launches, new products, and events, not in every country. It all still depends on the lockdown situation that you're going through in your country. I bought it last year in March, says Helen, the soap. Oh, nice. Renaud says, I put my soap in my desk drawer. The whole office smells divine. Perfect. You can also put it in your office. You leave it in your office in a drawer, And it's just such a delicate smell, and it's a clean, nice smell that is not offensive. It's not going to make everybody who enters your office be like, ask you, oh, you know, though this is a little bit strong. No, it's a very, very soft and clean and relaxing smell. So that's a great tip as well, to put it in the office. Now, let's jump in to the next commercial. Hold on just a second, because I am also okay, let me see which one is next. Oh, let me read this one first. Happy Day says, oh my God, Dacob, your necklace. Ginger vibes. Ginger? Why ginger? Am I ginger? Oh, because I have a red light behind me. Yeah, so the hair does look a little bit red. Okay, so let's play the next commercial. Let me see. So again, this commercial is taken from YouTube, fair use. I had to change the music. I'm playing some generic music over it that is copyright free. So don't think that the music on this commercial is the original music from the ad. But we're just here to celebrate Chanel No. 5. It doesn't matter if the music is different. We're just celebrating the visuals, and you got me to blabber for you. So there you have it. Happy Day says, oh, I know. Okay. Oh, Spice Girls. Oh, Happy Days. I'm giving you ginger spice. Gotcha. I thought you meant ginger hair. Yeah, ginger spice. Spice Girls. Yeah, it's very much Spice Girls. Yeah, with the Union Jack flag. All right, you guys. Let me play the next ad, and let's see from what year it is. I'm going to try to find it in my archives here. They're all playing randomly. Oh, okay. So this should be Baz Luhrmann. Baz Luhrmann with Nicole Kidman. She said she would only star in an advertisement for Chanel No. 5 if Baz Luhrmann directed it. This was coming right off of the fame of Moulin Rouge. Baz Luhrmann was super successful with Moulin Rouge, and of course Chanel jumped onto him immediately and said, can you direct a Chanel No. 5 advertisement for us? Well, they wanted Nicole Kidman because Nicole Kidman was off of her fame with Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick's last masterpiece. And of course they're having this love affair, but it's kind of like not a possible love affair. It's direct referencing Moulin Rouge, you know. It's a little bit of this, you know, she's coming off of her fame trip from Moulin Rouge, and we have that same vibe, and she has a love affair with him, but they can't really be together because I guess they come from two different social norms and social groups, which is kind of lame that they went there, but they did go there. And of course, you know, he's gorgeous, so Nicole is like, I want you, but I can't have you. Man, this commercial, we're talking about the 2000s here, the noughties. And here's the famous scene of her going up the red carpet stairs, and she has on the back of her neck the Chanel No. 5 diamond necklace falling backwards. And of course, that necklace with the diamond drooping Chanel No. 5 is of course in the Chanel archives. It is one of the most famous Chanel No. 5 necklaces out there. There it is. I mean, I'm not a fan of that necklace, to be honest with you, but it is in the iconography of Chanel No. 5 advertisements. That is one of those famous necklaces that we still see today. For the occasion of the 100th birthday of Chanel No. 5, Chanel is also releasing the Haute Joaillerie, the high-end jewelry collection, will be releasing, or has already released. Images have leaked online of the Chanel No. 5 diamond earrings, necklace, bracelets. I mean, it looks quite tacky. There's a little bit of Art Deco going on there, but it's just a 5 with a diamond in the hole of the 5. You know, the 5, there's the round bit here underneath. That inside of that is a diamond. Maybe I have a picture to show you. Hold on a second. The women in these adverts always, the women, says Aisha, the women in these adverts always seem to be having a bad time. Natalie Portman in the Dior advert is like a psycho woman. Yeah, Natalie Portman in the Dior, in Miss Dior. Yeah, that I agree with you that it ain't pretty. She's always like, you know, she's gonna lose it at any second. Let me see if I can get to. Hold on. Hold on, just another day. I can't sing because if I sing, you know, they're gonna demonetize. Not because of copyright issues, they're gonna demonetize me because I sing like dreadfully. So I'm not gonna sing Happy Birthday to Chanel number 5 because I don't want to offend it. Okay, let me just save this picture so I can show you a couple of examples of these Chanel number 5 bits. While I'm saving it, I have no number 5, but I just got some cute red nail polish, says I'm Louis. Yes, you got it from Chanel, right? There is a Chanel number 5 lipstick that came out a couple of years ago. It's a specific nuance of red. Okay, so here is a necklace. Audrey Jane says, I'm obsessed. Me too, Audrey. Okay, so this is the necklace. You see the Chanel number 5 diamond. You see the diamond inside of the loop of the 5. That's an example. Then I'm going to show you another little piece. Here are Chanel number 5 earrings. I think one is definitely a stud earring and the other one might be clip-on. I think they're both with a stud. So these are celebrating the Chanel number 5 100th birthday. We got a Chanel number 5 diamond ring as well. This is the one that's most kind of Art Deco to me. But still, I don't know. I have only one piece of Chanel costume jewelry with the 5, and I'm going to show it to you now. And this is a piece that I like very much. However, I'm just going to put it on. I'm not wearing it today because I will be applying perfume pretty soon. So I'm not going to have costume jewelry on my wrist because I'm going to have perfume on it. But this is basically the only Chanel costume jewelry. This is from 2003, 2004. So we got Coco's face on one side. And when we flip it, there you have it. This is the only Chanel number 5 piece that I can, because I don't know, to me, having that 5 in their costume jewelry or jewelry, it just doesn't really do it for me. I'm more obsessed with Coco. So I like this one because it has a very Renaissance-y, you see this? It's a very particular Renaissance-y type of style of metal, of working with metal, and then it has this cross at the end, which is gorgeous. So Happy Day says, if I had all the money in the world, I would get one of those Chanel chokers. That is all emeralds and pink diamonds woven to look like tweed. Wow. Golds, huh? To be perfectly honest with you, yes, the Chanel 1932 jewelry collection in platinum and diamonds, it's very Coco, but it's very Coco once. You know, she did it once. She did the best that that could ever be done, and she was done with it. She went back to costume jewelry. So to me, Chanel isn't about haute joaillerie. Chanel is not about the high-end jewelry. To me, Chanel is more about costume jewelry because that's what Coco loved. So I, in fact, prefer costume jewelry when it comes to Chanel than real jewelry. Not because costume jewelry is better or worse than real jewelry. It just fits more to the DNA of the brand, and that's why I personally prefer it more. So I don't dream of owning the emerald, this and that, you know. Yeah, I would love to have some of the pieces from the 1932 collection, but most of those were gone right after the show. They were just available in the showcase, and then they kind of disappeared. I don't know, stolen, what have you, what happened during Second World War. But apparently only one brooch survived and is in the Chanel archives, and it is one of the Comet brooches, or the star brooch. The star brooch survived in platinum with diamonds, and the rest of the jewelry apparently nobody knows where it is. Happy Day says, did Coco make Chanel fine jewelry when she was alive? Yes, I think we cross-post. Yes, 1932. Chanel made one collection in 1932. Sure, if a really, you know, if very, very rich people, aristocrats came to her and said, I would like a real jewel designed by you, she would do it. But an official collection, once, 1932, and that was it. And I mean, still to this day, jewelers around the world are inspired by that one collection in 1932 because it was so groundbreaking, it was so simple, it was so elegant, sleek, and clean that everybody, you know, even Chanel's own creative team, they still draw inspiration from that collection for everything they do, for their jewelry, but also for costume jewelry, even for shoes. A couple of seasons ago, there was a beautiful moccasin shoe. I'm not a big fan of moccasins, but that one was really beautiful in suede or velvet. And then it had one of the star comets inspired by the jewelry collection from 1932. Of course, not made in platinum and gold, but placed on the shoe, draping the shoe in metal materials and crystals, resembling directly or homaging directly the 1932 collection. So it happens over and over and over again. In every collection, we see some piece that is directly inspired by Coco Chanel's first and only, really, Haute Joaillerie collection from 1932, the Comets and Stars. Monique says, I've always wanted the camellia ring from their fine jewelry. Audrey Jane says, I love the sound of this bracelet when you wear Dacob. Yeah, it keeps clinging in such a beautiful way. Yeah, it is great. Instead of the number 5, I feel the big N and little O is more iconic, says Tara, the N-O. You know what? That is such a good point. I have to agree with you, Tara. That is such a good point. Nobody ever mentions this. Hold on. I lost the desiccant. Let me put it back in. Nobody ever mentions this, but you're so right. To me, it makes sense. Yeah, I agree with you. To me, it's also about the N-O. If this camera will ever focus, there you go. It's this N-O that really make it for me as well. Definitely, definitely. The most iconic thing is the N-O. For me too. For me too, I have to agree. In fact, if I had to choose of all the numbers of Chanel, 22 would be my favorite because I love the layout of it. I love that it's 2 numbers, that 22 is also 2 digits. So it's like a 2-2, but 2 times, like 2 times 1 number, N-O-2-2. It's just, to me, it would make more, I would actually wear number 22 as a necklace. The N-O-2-2, that as costume jewelry would be more beautiful to me just to see from a kind of an aesthetical point of view than a 5. But I still love my number 5, but just in necklace form, maybe not so much. I'm getting my first 255 next week, says Happy Days. Congratulations. So excited Dacob has sold it to me. You should be getting the commission from 255 sale. Yes, I should. You don't want to know when I unboxed the 255 camera bag and I said that, hey, the price didn't go up since 2019 of that bag, so it still has the old price and they still have it in stock. You just got to ask for it because it's kind of hush-hush, you know. They don't say that they have it, but if you ask for it, they do have it. The amount of messages I got of people who actually bought the bag after I made the video, I told my sales associate at Chanel, I said, you know what, there's at least like 7 people by now that bought this bag thanks to me. Like, where the hell is my commission? Okay, nothing. Not only did I not get commission, I didn't even get a catalog. So, you know, I need some, I don't know. I need like an influencer code from Chanel. Could you imagine? They would never go that route. They're not that cheap, obviously. But yeah, MK says, oh, the moccasins last year looked awful and had this made in China vibe. I tried them on. I much prefer the black sweater with the Comet from Métier d'Art that Samantha wore in Sex and the City. Olfactive Story says, I love number 22 and I was born on a 22. Helen says, no, Audrey, it is this. What are you talking about? What is this? I like 19 because it's my birthday. Just that. Says I'm Louis. You see, there's a lot of people. Somebody has a birthday on 22nd. Somebody has a birthday on the 19th. And Helen was thinking about the 22 just now. Hey, Jesus, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Or to the live stream. Oh, you're still doing your walk? Okay. Yeah, see you in a bit. Olfactive Story says, I have Eau de Toilette. I want Eau de Parfum for my birthday. And speaking of Eau de Parfum, here it is, you guys. When they released the 200 ml, over 10 years ago by now, this is the batch code 5702, so 8 to 10 years ago. I got it immediately. Look how it beautifully changes color. I've recently reviewed Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum. You could check that out on my YouTube channel as well. As of now that I'm filming this video, this live stream, the review of the Eau de Parfum was posted just one day, was published just one day prior to this live stream, because I'm dedicating this whole week to Chanel and Chanel No. 5, obviously. So the release of the kind of last review that hasn't been done of a Chanel No. 5 perfume concentration from my end was this one. There's one more missing, Chanel No. 5 Eau Première, which we're going to touch base on later on, but this was kind of the last review missing of the ones that I really appreciate. Eau Première has not been reviewed singularly by me just yet. Might get reviewed someday, but it's just not my favorite of the Chanel No. 5 family, unfortunately. So this liquid turns very ambery and dark the more time passes for the Eau de Parfum. And I always recommend to let the Eau de Parfum, give it some air, let it breathe. You can leave it also in the sun. Perfumes should not be left in the sun. After I said this in my review of the Eau de Parfum Chanel No. 5, you've been asking me, sending me questions, asking me if you can also leave your other perfumes in the sun. No, don't. Don't leave your perfumes in the sun. There's an exception to be made with some of them. One of them being Chanel No. 5, and another perfume that I like to leave in the sun sometimes is Pour Monsieur by Chanel. Those are the two that I kind of... Eau de Parfum No. 5 and Pour Monsieur Eau de Toilette. Those two are really cool when they're left in the sun a little bit so that they age and get darker in color, because this is not the color it had when you first bought it. You know, when you first buy it, you have this transparent yellow pissy color, but this ambery brown kind of golden color comes with time when it ages well. And it gets a very deep powdery smell. It's divine. So the Eau de Parfum was released in 1986. Of all the major main concentrations, this was the one that took the longest to release, because the pure perfume concentration was released in 1921. Eau de Toilette was also released in 1921/1922. The Eau de Cologne was released in 1922. All were released during the lifetime and work of Ernest Beau at Chanel, because Ernest Beau is the nose behind Chanel No. 5. But the Eau de Parfum was released in 1986, and the nose behind it is Jacques Polge. So it's a different take on Chanel No. 5. It's more opulent. But all the details on the Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum are in my Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum review, also available on my YouTube channel now. So my hair keeps falling into my face and it irritates me. Jack says, I've had a bottle of Eau de Parfum for 2 weeks and already the color is becoming more gorgeous and golden. Good. Let it breathe. Happy asks, are Baby Yoda and Chucky wearing Chanel No. 5? Of course they are. Here we got Baby Yoda, you know, Baby Yoda with the symbol of the fashion bunker. Well, spirit animal of Baby Yoda is the hedgehog. Here's Baby Yoda for you. Hello, everybody. Baby Yoda in the house. And Chucky, actually, I just took it out, but here's Chucky, you guys. He's... It's like, what does Chucky have to do with Chanel No. 5? Not much, but he lives in the fashion bunker with me. He's my best friend, and till the end, as they say. And usually, Chucky snatches Chanel number 5 and has it in his pocket here like that. That's kind of usually his shtick. He runs around the fashion bunker with the Chanel number 5 perfume bottle, and I gotta catch him because he always wants to use it all up. So yeah, Chucky is also in the fashion bunker, as is Baby Yoda. And yes, they're both wearing Chanel number 5. Actually, he has a little bit on his corduroy overalls, and Baby Yoda has it on the collar of his little outfit that he has. So I didn't put it on their skin because, you know, perfume and alcohol would stain the plastic, but I did put it on the fabric a little bit. Lucky Chucky, says Jack. Yeah, Chucky is all about Chanel number 5 these days. So let us play the next commercial. Let's see. Hold on, you guys. Again, fair use, taken from some YouTube channel, either Chanel or random YouTube channels that have re-uploaded commercials from the early years. And the audio, I swapped the audio for copyright free audio. So let's play the next commercial. Okay, so we are... This was in the 10s, I think. We're now in the 10s. And I think it's with Giselle. Giselle Bündchen is the model for this one. This was one of the last gigs that she took before she proclaimed that she wanted to retire from modeling. Yeah, there she is. This guy... I know him. He just acted in a TV show well, let's get to that in a second. He was in that TV show with that girl she was from The Big Bang Theory. And he's the guy that gets killed at the beginning of the show. And then he kind of falls in love with her posthumously after his death. It's so bizarre. In her dreams, he falls in love with her. So this looks like, you know, that movie... The Hollows, what was it called? With another model and stranded on a little island off the shore and sharks swimming all around her. This is not the best of advertisements for Chanel number 5, I gotta say though. Yeah, she's gorgeous, great, we see her body, we see her breasts, we see her backside. Yes, she's beautiful. But... So what we have here is this repetition. We've noticing it, this kind of difficult love, this like longing for somebody or someone, this wanting someone but not obtaining them, but then being so close to them, almost grasping them, but not quite having them in your. I don't know. It's a bizarre thing. It's there you go. Chanel number 5. She uses the eau de parfum for the commercial. And I don't know why Chanel goes for that. Oh, the kid had a Chanel backpack on. So she has her gig. She has to model for Chanel number 5, obviously, because she's paid by Chanel, blah, blah, blah. Oh, number 5, earring. These love affairs and these kind of longings for something, I don't know, you know? Maybe it was also a thing typical, you're the one that I want. Oh, there's the Chanel number 5 bottle as a clutch or minaudier. That longing is a little bit... Oh, Chanel number 5 keychain as well. That longing for something that you can't really have. They're trying to copy their own success that they did. They're trying to redo the hanging Chanel number 5 necklace from Nicole Kidman with a new iteration of the backwards hanging. You know, I'm like, really? You're going to copy yourself? Not cool. Okay, hashtag the one that I want. This is one example, I want to say also rare example of Chanel number 5 advertisements where I'm like, no, it doesn't do it for me. And I wonder why they go this route oftentimes of longing for something that you can't really reach. Is it Are they trying to brainwash us into also kind of envisioning our relationship to Chanel that way? Because, you know, it's always, not so much with the perfumes, because you get the perfume you want. They're not limited. But with their fashion collection, with their accessories collection, you oftentimes are longing for something from the collection and you can't get it because it's sold out, because it's available in such small quantities, because you got to be placed on a waiting list. And there's that relationship of longing and always kind of not really always getting what you want. There's always this kind of tearing, pulling, pushing and tucking and letting go. And it's kind of a bit annoying. But I have to say, in later years, in the more newer years, in more recent years, Chanel No. 5's advertisements have gone a little bit more positive. We're going to also analyze the advertisement that they made in November of 2020/December 2020 with Marion Cotillard dancing on the surface of the moon. That is a already different mentality, different approach to this perfume. So we've seen the naughties, right? The zeros, and in particular, the tens, where I want to say more the tens, where there's this whole concept of longing, of wanting, desiring something, but not really ever getting it. And I don't, you know, Chanel had that relationship with her lovers, with the men in her life. She never really managed to marry anybody. She, you know, was quite unhappy in love. So from that respect, if we're going to take that aspect of Chanel's life and reflect it onto this perfume, then it makes sense to me to have that sort of sadness in the advertisements of a Chanel 5 fragrance. But at the same time, Chanel No. 5 is also about happiness. It's also about softness. It's also about just enjoying life in a positive way. So I think the veering towards a different approach towards advertisements, such as Marion Cotillard, as dumb as she looks in that commercial, to have her dancing on the surface of the moon happier and more content is better for the whole purpose of enjoying this perfume than always having this kind of slightly frustrated women not getting what they really want, being locked into their jobs. Nicole Kidman she had to be the star in her social, you know, level. Gisele Bündchen has to be the model that's, you know, in her social level. And so they're always suffering because they fall in love with these kind of lower than men. And, you know, it's kind of sketchy. I don't like the subtext of some of these commercials. They're very snobby and very elitist, and Chanel No. 5 should not be elitist. Now, I know it's an expensive perfume, and I know that not everybody can afford it, but the dreaminess of Chanel No. 5 should not have an elitist message at the core of it. Do you agree with me? Let me read what you guys say. I wonder if Chanel would ever do a non-gender commercial, says I'm Louis. We're going to get to that as well soon. Tina says they should make one with a fivesome. 5 people making love together. MK says that's the French approach of love. Amour impossible, so the impossible love, often involves torment, tortures, hysteria, tears, and drama. Letty says, I don't feel No. 5 in this commercial. No, I don't either. I don't either. I think it was just Carl wanting to do something with Gisele Bündchen before she retired and just, I don't know. It seemed like it was quickly conceived. Very bizarre ad for Chanel No. 5, says Helen. Yeah, with the water and stuff. Maybe because if the complexity of No. 5, it's complicated yet beautiful and sublime, says Tara. Jack says, love drama sells. They should make one about self-love. MK says, The Shallows, featuring Blake Lively. Nice movie. The face of the Mademoiselle bag. What do you think of this bag, Dacob? It also has some 255 features. The Gabrielle, you mean? I reviewed the Gabrielle bag. I don't like the Gabrielle bag, you guys. Coco Chanel was also always attracted to what she couldn't have, says MK. She was kind of masochistic, got huge pleasure of being ostracized. Yeah, I don't agree with you on that one. No, I don't agree. David says, Chanel number 5 equals freedom. Antigone says, I don't think Coco would like that herself. Yeah, I'm not so sure either. A Very Happy Life. Hello, welcome to the chat. A Very Happy Life says, hello, Dacob. Happy 100, number 5. Thank you. Candy says, Dacob, what was the name of the sci-fi film that you associated with number 5? Night of the Comet. You name it, I bring it up. So to me, Chanel number 5, Eau de Parfum, is, to me, this movie and this perfume should be sold together. It's just, they're made for each other. They really are. This one was released 2 years before the perfume came out. So they're both from the 80s. This concentration was released in the 80s. They're both from the 80s, by the way. So now let me show you another little thing. We're celebrating Chanel number 5 here, you guys. It is the 100th birthday of Chanel number 5. So we're going to go into these cute little renditions of travel-sized bottles that are twist and spray. So these are the 20 ml refillable. So this is something relatively new. Well, it's been around for, I guess, around almost 10 years now. But the twist and spray concept that Chanel developed, they already did it. You know, I mean, of course, already lipsticks are, you twist the lipstick and they come out. But they also did the same for their perfumes. So this is Eau de Parfum, Chanel number 5, 20 ml twist and spray. Black lacquered metal with gold framing all around and gold on top. Then we have the Eau de Toilette, much more elegant. It's just pure black. There is no gold on, you know, gold trimming or rimming, gold rims, but it does have gold on top. And this one also is a twist and spray. There's a little spray nozzle. And then you just pull them out. And here are your 20 ml vials. You get 3 when you purchase the... Really? When you purchase the fragrance. How does it look? Like this. This is the Eau de Parfum. So you get in the center... You get the refillable metal container with 1 vial already inside of it. And then you get on the 2 sides, you get 2 refills. And I have also the L'Eau, number 5 L'Eau. This one is very elegant, also in metal, mattified white. And then it has the black piping on the side. So this is very, very beautiful. Actually, this is the most beautiful of the containers. I wish, and they did have this for a certain period of time, for the Les Exclusives de Chanel. If you purchased the 400 milliliter splash bottles that they made only of their best sellers, we're talking back in the day when eau de toilettes were still a thing. I think they even had a sycamore version of it. They definitely had gardenia, coromandel, beige. So you would get the huge bottle. And then you would get not a 20 ml, it would be a 7.5 ml, refillable. So it didn't have these vials that you kind of click off, but it would be screwable. You screw off the stopper, or you screw off the sprayer, and then you pour in. They even gave you a little tiny, what's it called? Was it plastic or metal? To, you know, just to kind of pour in the perfume into the 7.5 ml sprayer. And they came in this 7.5 ml twist and spray container. Metal, white with black on the sides, but not 20 ml, 7.5 ml, so smaller, like this, white with black. And that was the only time Les Exclusives came with some sort of concept of refillability. But it was over $500. It was insane, the price. So, but to me, the black and white in this respect is much more Les Exclusives than Chanel number 5. But nevertheless, it is my favorite of the containers. Of the 3. It is my favorite colorway or combo. I like all 3 of them though, but let me put the white one in the middle. Yes, there is also an Eau Première. I don't have the Eau Première because I'm not I'm not a big fan of it. But Eau Première would have white with silver on the side, or black with silver. I don't know. But yeah. Fascinating to note, Chanel number 5, the pure perfume, is one of the rare concentrations of Chanel number 5 where you can still get spray versions of it. They have discontinued some sizes. I have here discontinued 15 milliliter spray. Not a refill. Well, you actually have to take this off and then you... They used to be, you know, repurchasable. You could purchase these singularly, these vials that already have the sprayer integrated in them. This is the 15 mil, and you pop it in there. Back then they were made of plastic. The containers were made of plastic back then. And the little ring, this ring was made in metal. Everything else was plastic. So this is how it used to be in the 80s, 90s. I think they discontinued 15 mil early 2000s. But what they still have now, and I always carry it with me, in this little Ernie from Sesame Street pouch, because it's super soft. So I always wear this, I always put this in my Chanel bags, especially the ones that are lined in leather, because this soft, plushy material is perfection. It doesn't scratch the bags at all. So it has a zipper, and in here I have my Chanel number 5 travel sizes. This is a 7 mil mini twist and spray eau de parfum, but that's not what I wanted to show you right now. What I did want to show you, however, is the pure perfume in its current state and shape, size, and form. This is the 7.5 mil spray. Comes now in an updated metal black lacquered container. So this is all cold to the touch. It's all metal. It's not plastic anymore. In the past, it used to be plastic. Inside is still plastic, but the outside shell is in metal. And it needs to be plastic on the inside because it has to protect. It's a plastic padding on the inside to protect this little fella here, this precious and very expensive vial of pure perfume. It is tiny, but it's worth every penny. This thing smells heavenly. So you can buy the refillable version with the black container, or you could just buy the refills, which are just these little guys here. They already come with this spray thing, but of course, it's a very, very, very thin vial, can break very easily, so you don't want to just have this in your purse. You want to protect it. You need to keep it in its container somehow. So this container is expensive though. It's available on the Chanel website. You can see the pricings there. Helen says, I have got a 7 ml perfume bottle. What does 8209 at the bottom mean? Any idea? So 8209, that could be the batch code. At the bottom of the bottle, you mean? Or on the back of something? Because every Chanel fragrance and cosmetic product or beauty product has a batch code, which is a 4-digit batch code. So that batch code will tell you the year and month in which it was produced. However, these batch codes repeat every 8 years or so. So if you do have a vintage piece, you know, because these batch codes do repeat every 8 to 10 years, you might think that you have a fresher batch than you actually do. Daisy says, hello Dacob, what do you think will happen to number 5 over the next century? A lot. I think they're going to reformulate it over and over and over again because it's been reformulated a lot already. And they're going to preserve its heritage. And they're going to try to maintain the magic appeal of it. I think the bottle is going to maintain more or less its shape. Slight tweaks in the proportions are going to happen. But ultimately, if the world and humanity exists in 100 years from now, Chanel number 5 will also exist. Let's play the next commercial and see what we got going for us there. Okay, so here we have the latest commercial from December 2020. Marion Cotillard in Paris, longing. Again, we have an example of a woman longing for something. She's longing for the moon, and then all of a sudden, she is on the moon, dancing with this. This is so embarrassing, this commercial. But it's fun. At least you know, so Marion Cotillard was recorded singing this song. So she sang the song to which she's dancing in the advertisement. It, I think, is a song by Lorde, maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's one of Lorde's songs from New Zealand. And she's wearing a dress, very haute couture, obviously Chanel, a dress reminiscent to the same dress Coco wore when she herself advertised Chanel No. 5. Yes, Coco Chanel was the first designer slash perfumer in this case, even though Ines Beau made the perfume. She was the first one to advertise her own fragrance. So she was photographed at the Ritz, in her Ritz apartments, you know, just leaning on to the fireplace as the model for Chanel No. 5, wearing a similar dress to the one that Marion Cotillard is wearing in this video. So the Chanel team definitely is referencing the past. They're referencing the 30s with this dress that she's wearing. And we have this moon dust and imprint that she leaves into the moon. She goes to the moon to dance on the moon, and then she kind of prints the Chanel No. 5 bottle into the dust of the moon for all eternity. So to answer your question again, like how was it going to look in 1 century? Well, Chanel is already setting, I think they're already setting the mark for, you know, the moon even. Like we're so eternal. Chanel No. 5 is so eternal and forever that it's going to encompass, and it's going to go beyond just regular life and regular time on this planet Earth, but it's going to, you know, it's going to go into the future, other planets. Alien forms are also going to enjoy Chanel No. 5. Like, this is setting the bar to a point where this commercial is telling us everything is going to be okay. The future is Chanel No. 5. So I think that's where the house of Chanel is heading towards. Letty says, I'm buying my first No. 5 pure perfume this month. Do you recommend the regular bottle over the travel case? Letty, don't buy it just yet because there's going to be special products coming out. You know, you might want to hold on until. So the birthday Chanel No. 5 birthday products are all coming late June, mid-June to late June and onwards, July, August, and then until the end of the year, they're going to keep coming out. So I would hold back, you guys. They might not bring out some special No. 5 pure perfume bottle or what have you, like Letty wants to buy, but at least you have options. If you hold, you know, if you buy something now and then in 2 months' time, they release some limited edition awesome piece and you're like, oh, damn, I just bought the other one. Be clever about this, you guys. You waited this long, wait a little bit longer and see what the products are going to be that they're going to launch for the 100th birthday of Chanel No. 5, and then make up your mind. Unless, of course, budget is not an issue, then just buy the pure perfume now and then buy whatever's coming out next. I can tell you this, of the pure perfumes, the splash bottles cost more than the refillable spray. So you could buy a 7.5 ml splash bottle. They used to be 7 ml in the past. Here is a pure perfume splash, still sealed. Well, no, it's not actually still sealed. Well, I never opened it though, but I can show you. So you see in the past, this is a vintage bottle. It says 7 ml on the back. Now they've become 7.5 ml. So, and they made the packaging much bigger to justify the higher price. So the packaging of the 7.5 ml is double the size of what it used to be. In the past, they were much more humble about it. So these were so tiny back then, the boxes of the 7 mls. Now they're like double the size. And this used to be plastic in the past. I'm just kind of tipping on it. So this one, the sticker, hold on, the sticker actually, did it reattach it? So no, the sticker, okay. So this is a vintage 7 ml pure perfume. You see the proportions of the bottle are much different to how the 7.5 ml perfume bottle looks like now. You know, and I can show you the proportions through the 15 milliliter. Where is it? Quite different proportions. And of course, the vintage pieces from the 80s, in particular 70s, have the concentration written on top. So The Parfum is on top, and then we got number 5 Chanel at the bottom. Here we got number 5 Chanel at the top, and then Parfum at the bottom. So, and you can see the body is a bit bulky, and the stopper is a bit bigger, and here we have proportions that are kind of more what we're used to seeing from Chanel number 5. This changes every couple of years. The proportions change, they update them. Listen to this. It's all plastic on the inside. So yes, they used to be plastic in the past. Plastic was a big thing in the 70s in particular. A lot of fashion houses would make plastic. But then they put paper on top of the, so all of these sides, all of these panels on the sides of the Chanel number 5 plastic, black plastic container, all of the panels are in white paper or white stickers. And of course the box is white paper as well. Maximo asks, Dacob, do you use your vintage bottles? Yes, yes I do. Susan says, my 90s doesn't smell good anymore. Really? Maybe the top notes are a bit busted, but that doesn't matter, you know. The dry down should still be good. At least on mine, on my vintage ones, the dry down is always good, even if sometimes the top notes are busted. Tara says, for the 100th, they could change the bottles to something weird, so you might want the original. There is that to consider too. They're not going to reformulate it, but there has been speculation that there might be a golden bottle and a white bottle coming out. Hey, Mikey, welcome to the chat and to the celebration, the 100th birthday of Chanel number 5. With watering down and reformulating, it sounds like a perfume inflation, kind of. It is so cute. Is it from the 80s? It was already 7.5 mil in the early 90s. Yeah, this one is 70s, 80s. Yeah. The little 7 ml bottle. Helena says, I never had number 5, but thanks to the way you talk about, I'm going to buy to remember today's celebration. Oh, Helena, wishing a lot of fun with it. Why is Jack Dean sad? My one from the 80s is divine. Why is everybody sad? Oh, because Susan says her bottle isn't the best. The smell isn't good anymore from the 80s. Let's jump into the next commercial, you guys. We got a lot to go through, and let's see what the next ad is and from what year it's from. Again, what's it called? The video is taken from fair use. Oh my God, freaking fair use, taken from YouTube. I changed the audio because we need to use copyright-free audio. Remember to like the stream, thumb up the stream, you guys, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And also, you can push the join button next to the subscription button, become a member today and gain access to extra perks, such as emojis and seeing videos that never come to YouTube but stay exclusive just to members. Same applies to Patreon. Follow me on Patreon. Super Dacob all spelled together. And let me see a waterfall of camellias and Chanel number 5 perfume bottles from all my members, so you guys get to see in the chats how the camellias, for example, and the perfume bottles look like, because we are celebrating Chanel number 5's 100th birthday. So it's awesome that we get to also use all the emojis that I've designed for you guys exclusively just for my members. So you get to see all the camellias and the perfume bottles flowing. It's like a waterfall of Chanel number 5 perfume bottles and camellia. There they go, you guys. Oh, I love it. It's so exciting. Every time I see them, I get giddy. Oh man, look at them go. Waterfalls. Awesome. Thank you, guys. It's so cool, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Fashion Bunker community for you. All right, let me play the next commercial, Chanel number 5 ad, and let's see what else Chanel's history has to teach us. So I had to take Brad Pitt's audio off because it's copywritten. So it's a very bizarre text. This is the first time in history that a fashion brand plays with gender, okay? And they promote their, what was for almost, you know, back then, 80 years targeted towards women fragrance, only promoted by women. All of a sudden they take a man, and the man is Brad Pitt, and the man talks about Chanel number 5 and the dreaminess of Chanel number 5 and how Chanel number 5 is inevitable. That's the word, the key word that Brad Pitt uses is inevitable. And he's a little bit pathetic. It's a little bit cringe. You know, they gave him this text he had to learn. Stephen Klein, I think, is the guy who shot this video. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Stephen Klein. Let me check in my... This was in the 10s. Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt, 2012. This was 2012. And Chanel really risked it there, and I loved the direction that they were heading in with this advertisement. Brad Pitt for the Chanel No. 5 commercial, you know, just being his gorgeous self, you know, long hair, similar to the length of my hair now, actually, except I'm not as blonde as him. And just, you know, saying inevitable, you know, like looking to the camera and like he's reciting a little poem. It's all a little bit meh, but that's all besides the point. The strength of this advertisement is not the video. The strength of it are the printed ads that were all over the world. I was traveling a lot in that period, so every single duty-free shop, every single airport had humongous posters of Brad Pitt for Chanel No. 5. And I was talking to my sales associate back then, and she said, oh, Dacob, this is a big issue we're having because men are coming into the store asking if that's a new male fragrance. Women are confused and say, wait, is Chanel No. 5 now for men? Am I allowed still to buy it? It was such a confusion. It was so ahead of its time, this advertisement, that Chanel actually took it away because it was damaging their sales, because people were too confused, because the men were thinking they're allowed to buy it, but then in the stores they were told, no, it's a female fragrance, so they wouldn't buy it. Women were put off by the fact that a guy's promoting it. It was all a big mess. It was a bit ahead of its time. I think the times are more ripe now to show up a commercial like that. I think it was amazing and brilliant that they did do it. They never went that route again because they got a little bit burned by it economically. But it's a pity. I think they should. I think they should go again down that route because the commercials they're doing now, what? Marion Cotillard dancing on the moon? Really, girl? Now, I know that dancing on the moon situation was made to kind of promote what's to come because the hashtag for that dancing on the moon Marion Cotillard thing from 2020 was, what was the hashtag? Something like be a part of the future or join the future. They were kind of hinting at the birthday, the 100th year celebration to come. So the whole hashtag thing was about be a part of it, be sure to be a part of it, blah, blah, blah. And they were hinting at the future, right? Whatever. But the Brad Pitt thing was the future already. Back in 2012, it was just the world, as bigot as the world is, was not ready for it. So, but I think now we are more ready for it. And I think Chanel should go on that route again. Jack says, Brad, I know, isn't he gorgeous? Gauthier says, the ad that flopped hardcore. It flopped, but not for me, it didn't. I still love it. I still think it's one of the best intentions that Chanel had for advertisement. Wrong timing. Wrong timing. Jack says, I wonder if Brad actually wore Chanel No. 5. I don't think so. Tara says, oh, this one with Brad Pitt. The audio is stalkery. So funny, but I secretly like it. Yeah, because and this is, why is it so stalkery? Because Stephen Klein, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Stephen Klein did that commercial. He has that attitude. He has that sickly style of, he's like a stalker as well. He's kind of he's a freak in many ways. Not in a good way. I don't know. Well, Stephen Klein, yeah, something's going on with him. But the way that the lights are kind of moving in that ad all the time, you know, it's like he's in this room locked up. There's just this wall around him. He's not free. And the lights are kind of moving almost like he's being interrogated by the CIA or something. And he's kind of like confessing to something like that, you know, he did, you know, it's because Chanel No. 5 is inevitable, so I had to do it. And he talks like this with a slow voice, you know, that kind of way. He's trying really to act it out. So there's a lot about this commercial that is off. And Stephen Klein likes to make things off. He likes to almost create a handicapped mental situation in his photo shoots as well. He contorts the bodies. He puts them in positions that are not comfortable and stuff like that. So, but anyway, there was a lot going on in that commercial. I still love it for what it is, but it was too early for that commercial, I think. 2012. I liked what they tried to do, but it just didn't reach the audiences, Audrey. I agree with you. Jack says he was also a female heartthrob back then, so Chanel was still covering their market audience. Oh, don't get fooled, you guys. Chanel always covers its market audience and its target audience. They They're master manipulators. They analyze the market and they take and employ only what is at the top in that moment. They're not groundbreaking. It was groundbreaking to use a guy to advertise for a female perfume. That was a risk they took. They got burned. They didn't stick with it. Had they stuck with it, they would be miles ahead now. But they got scared. They wanted to play it safe. Then they dialed it back because they're a very conservative brand after all, unfortunately. But that's also part of why they're so famous and popular. It's because they're so conservative as well. Anally retentive at times. And Bratenfreude, says Rich Mitch, that's a fun one, yeah. Yes, the Schadenfreude is the Bratenfreude. Helen says 10 years already. I know, this commercial with Brad Pitt is already 10 years old. And that's a good point, Helen, because if we think about it, if we really think about it, yes, it's 10 years old, but it still looks fresh. You know, it aged well. The Brad Pitt commercial, as Brad Pitt himself, they both aged very well, might I say. Tina Manske says, it's a Brad Pitty. You know what? It is what it is. I think it is amazing. It's an amazing commercial. Chanel might have been scared and they just went away from that direction. Still, that commercial is there for us to remember it and we can still see it and watch it. And I think from a historical point of view, it was a very important commercial to have. And also to break through that. I know Chanel didn't do it intentionally. They thought they were doing something groundbreaking because yes, Brad Pitt was back then a heartthrob for the ladies, and they thought, oh yeah, nothing better than the sexiest sex symbol of manlyhood at the time to promote a female perfume to lure the women in. Almost like if you wear Chanel No. 5, Brad Pitt will not be able to resist you. That's the mental game they thought they were playing in the marketing team. They thought when you as a woman buy Chanel No. 5, you could even lure Brad Pitt in. That's how powerful Chanel No. 5 is. And that's why Brad Pitt at the end of the commercial says, Chanel No. 5, inevitable. Because he cannot help himself. He will jump on you if you're wearing Chanel No. 5. So that's the intentions that they had secretly, like kind of secretly, not even so secretly. It's kind of pretty obvious in the commercial what the message is. And they played it very conservative, but the thing that bounced off that they didn't expect was the confusion that the people would have on the streets. Like, okay, wait, so is it a male perfume or a female perfume? So unintentionally, that commercial pushed the boundary of starting the conversation on are perfumes genderless? And yes, we know today, I mean, some people still believe they're not. I'm one of the people that believes that perfumes are genderless, and there's nothing more genderless than Chanel No. 5. It's so elusive. It escapes concepts of feminine, masculine, and even it goes even further because Chanel No. 5, as Coco Chanel herself stated, it also escapes definition in terms of ingredients. She wanted the most expensive ingredients in this perfume. She wanted more of everything in this perfume. She asked Ernest Beau, what is the most expensive ingredient you could use in this perfume? He told her back then it was jasmine. She said, yeah, is it? Okay, well then give me 20 times more jasmine than you would usually. I want more of the expensive, but I don't want any single ingredient to be recognizable. I want them to merge into one abstract, very Art Deco, because this came out in that period. I want an abstract smell that smells of everything, but nothing can be pinpointed. And the fact that you cannot pin down what Chanel No. 5 really smells of is one of its strengths. And that's also part of its elusiveness when it comes to, is this a male or female fragrance? It's totally genderless because it plays on all those fields because it doesn't want to be defined itself. Its own nature, by its own definition, is it doesn't want to get defined. It doesn't want you to guess all the ingredients that are in there. They blend in masterfully. And just as you cannot define the ingredients, you cannot also define the gender with this perfume. I think that was a pretty clear explanation. Letty says, Dacob, do you know if Steven Meisel or her Brits ever did anything for No. 5? They're my favorite 90s fashion photographers. Steven Meisel, well, the problem is this. When it comes to photography, Carl took over most of the photography himself. Helmut Newton used to do the photos at the beginning for Chanel, 70s, 80s, when Carl took over. Helmut Newton still did a couple of campaigns for Chanel in general. And then shortly after that, Carl took over and started doing all the photos for their fashion. For the fragrances, I'm not sure. I would have to look at that. I don't think Herb Ritz and Maisel ever did a Chanel No. 5 ad. Let's play the next. Wearing Chanel No. 5 today, says Sarah Robinson. Oh, good. Which concentration are you wearing? Oh, you're wearing the new formulation of which one? Oh, the Eau de Parfum? Gauthier says, I think the confusion mockery was also a lot about what Brad Pitt is saying in the ad. I don't know. As I said again, the text in the ad is very clear. The text in the ad explains that he cannot live without you if you wear Chanel No. 5. Basically, it's what it's saying. It's like, you want somebody like Brad Pitt to be into you, wear Chanel No. 5. And then he tells you, when you wear Chanel No. 5, what he implies is, when you wear Chanel No. 5, me being attracted to you is inevitable. Let's play the next commercial. Nice, we got a 60s commercial now, you guys. Much different times. Oh my God, I'm loving this. So Coco was still alive when this commercial was made. You see the stopper, how it used to be back then in the 60s, much more flat and thin. Happier times. You see, this is more like we're connected to the art scene. She's at the art gallery. She's a sophisticated woman. She's interested in art. She's enjoying art. She's at the gallery by herself. She's an independent woman. This is what Coco always pushed very, very strongly. She wanted her women to be independent, strong women. She's on her own at the art gallery, enjoying art. Maybe she wants to purchase even something. We don't know if it's a museum or an art gallery. And then, bumps into this guy who has a really creepy hairdo. And then they laugh, and then all of a sudden a love affair is born. And she's at home then in her rich home. She has art in her home where she lives. And as she's talking on the phone, enjoying this flirtation with this guy, she applies Chanel No. 5. And then they're seen in the sunset, warm hues of the sun setting, and the bottle is shown. So this commercial is, I want to say 65. Hold on. 1965, methinks. No, hold on, you guys, I'm waiting. So no, it's not 1965. Could be 70s. No, it's from the 60s, but or is it early 70s? So here they're telling me this is 70s from British television. It was shown, well, somebody got it off of British TV from the 70s. Is it late 60s, early 70s? I don't know. If it was shot after 1971, then Coco Chanel was already dead, because Coco died on January 10th in 1971. So if this advertisement, if this commercial was shot after the 70s, after 1970, chances are Coco had nothing to do with it anymore. But it has a 60s vibe to me, so it could be still late 60s. Time to Musk Up says, screw it, dapping some No. 5 Eau de Parfum on from my little mini. Yeah, go for it. Susan Bailey says, beautiful. Ashmit Raj says, love from India, bro. Hey, love you too. Mr. Philip Fabulous says, they still don't cross the line of men wearing their fashion accessories. They are very, very conservative. Yet Coco was blurring the lines of masculine and feminine into perfect androgyny. And in fact, in some of their print ad campaigns from the 60s, where men and women are shown together for the advertisement of Chanel No. 5, the men were dressed by Chanel. So those clothes were not for sale. but still, the clothing department made clothes also for the men for the commercials. So yes, it was much more fluent and flowing, definitely. Happy Day says, oh my God, I love it. Right? This is what I think Chanel No. 5 advertisements should be. They should have that nostalgia of times long gone, but still enjoying the present time, showing a lot of love for the present time, but still being very savvy of the past, being knowledgeable of where we come from. I think Chanel No. 5's commercials should go into that direction of living the present, but not like idiots, you know, not like ignorant people who have no clue what is happening around them, you know, just like consuming for the sake of consuming. I think the joy of No. 5 should be connected to living today, enjoying today, but having studied, having learned from the past, knowing the past, you know what I mean? And not being completely ignorant of our past. Thumb up this video, guys, if you're liking it thus far. Be sure to thumb up the video, subscribe to my channel, and become a member today. Get access to extra perks. Let me see them emojis scrolling. Jack says everything was bathed in gold. I know, delicious. Why was it bathed in gold? Because Chanel No. 5 is gold as well. So the warm hues of that film are directly connected to the warm hues of Chanel No. 5, the liquid. It was all very precisely calculated, but in a very, very beautiful artistic way. Olfactive Story says, oh, nice. I didn't know that one. Yeah, Maximo says that ad sold me. It sells me every time, too. Every time I see it, I'm like, okay, yes, this is Chanel No. 5. This is Chanel No. 5 for me. Audrey says that bottle in the video looks gorgeous. I am very curious. So when we get to the unboxing, you know, the highlight of today's live stream, when we get to the unboxing of this huge vintage over 116 to 120 milliliter Grand Extrait of Chanel No. 5. I wonder, depending if this one is from the 80s or 70s, I wonder how thick or thin the stopper is going to be on this bottle. I'm so curious. I haven't seen it yet. It's still sealed. So keep watching to catch the unboxing of this. Happy Day says, it keeps the color of the bottle. I love the warmth. Yeah, the advertisement. Yeah, Jesus says, 111 watching. Yay, Antigone. She seems to enjoy her life. She is enjoying her life. She's, you know, she's an independent woman. She lives her life in the best of ways. She's enjoying it. There's nothing negative in her life. She's not, you know, yearning for something. She's not suffering in any way. She's feeling her oats. You know, she's very content and happy in her life. And then this fortuitous encounter happens with this guy, and they enjoy even more together. That's what it should be. Time to Muscap says, I love gold. Mr. Philip Fabulous says, the sunlight, the gold. Jeremy says, I'm wearing the pure perfume. Yay, Jeremy. Oh my God, can you smell it, guys? Chanel No. 5. We're all wearing Chanel No. 5. It's like the whole world is smelling of Chanel No. 5 today for the 100th birthday. I need to pop a bottle soon of Bolly. Happy Days. I love how casually she applies. It's like second nature. Like it's just part of her life. Yes, that's the point. And this is also a heritage and an art form that we are losing. And that is the application of splash perfume bottles, right? Splash, not spray, the ones that you take the stopper off and then you apply it. That art of a part of the pleasure of owning a perfume, and in particular Chanel No. 5, is enjoying it in splash form. There used to be eau de toilette splash, eau de cologne splash, eau de parfum splash. There used to be in the 70s a l'eau as well, a different type of l'eau, splash. And all of them also spray, but also splash, and the pure perfume in splash. Now we only still have the pure perfume in splash form. All the other concentrations are only sprays because people stopped nurturing that art form of applying perfumes through splash bottles. Why? Because life is becoming frantic, quick, fast. You got to go to work quickly, quickly, quickly. Because our consumer capitalistic society is making us believe that we have more time for ourselves, but in reality we have less and less time for ourselves, and more time is taken up by the jobs and the works. So you don't have the time to enjoy time with yourself anymore, to apply a perfume, that whole ritual which takes time. That particular type of pleasure requires commitment, and the commitment equals time. You need the time to apply splash bottles, splash perfume. And so it's an art form, knowing how to apply it so nonchalantly, like the lady did in the advertisement that we just saw from the 60s/70s. It's an art form that we're losing because we're only kind of into spray perfumes now. And that's a pity. That's a pity, because splash bottles, so you know, this one is almost empty, so I flip it upside down, you know, I open it, and then you just go a little bit here, a little bit there, and you close it again, and then a little bit more, like that. And then, you know, well, I'm not going to put it here just now because we're going to open the new batch. But whatever perfume is left over here, actually, I have to put a little bit there just to clean it up. And then I twirl whatever's left on the stopper so it always stays nice and clean. You see, it already takes a lot more time than just 2 spritzes and we're gone. Of course, if I were doing this properly, I would take even more time. But now for the sake of doing it for you guys, you know what I mean? And we're there. Jam says the first perfume advert to be shown on the Super Bowl, yes, was Chanel No. 5. That's true. Chanel was ahead of her time for the Super Bowl as well. Letty says it's incredible to think that the rebellious spirit of Coco not only permeated her fashion creations, but also her fragrances. I find Pour Monsieur and No. 19 very gender fluid as well. Love it. All of her perfumes are gender fluid. All of them. Let's play the next advertisement. Let's see from what year this one is from. Okay, now we are in the 80s, I would say. No, this could be early 90s as well. He just appears out of the blue and jumps into the swimming pool, which has a reminiscent shape of the stopper of Chanel No. 5. Oh, he's gone again. This is a very bizarre one. I think this one is State Street and most suburban stores. Okay, this is an advertisement for American, I think. It's an American ad from the 80s, late 80s, says MK. Let me check. Is it 1985? So, no, this is a different one. Yeah, so it just says 80s commercial. And I am made of blue sky and golden light, and I will feel this way forever. Share the fantasy, No. 5. That's the text that follows this commercial. That is so funny. So this is a funny one, like a fantasy. Oh, I remember that one, says Olfactive Stories. Helen Friend says, my favorite. Anna says, best compliment wearing Chanel. I don't get compliments usually, but this is an issue that I have in general. When I'm out and about, I think people are kind of afraid to approach me. I think. I kind of emanate this strong personality, and I think people usually, strangers don't just come to me. I don't know. I think I emanate this kind of strength, and then people just, they're like, no. But if people know me for some time, they know that I'm not at all difficult to approach. Then they would tell me if they like a perfume I'm wearing. But with Chanel No. 5, it doesn't happen. In general, for all my perfumes, I don't get many compliments when I wear fragrances. And I want to keep it that way because I wear them for myself. And truth be told, I don't like when other people smell them too strongly on me because I'm very possessive of my perfume, so I just want to smell it. I don't want others to smell it. And if I go out and about and I don't want to be approached by other people, I would usually wear very, very strong perfumes to repel people. It's like a protective shield. So sometimes I use perfumes as weapons, not of seduction, but rather of like, stay away from me. Don't come too close to me. So it's a bit of a bizarre situation with me. So yeah. Igor says, hey Dacob, I'm currently indulging in the fabulous vintage formulation of Chanel No. 5 Eau de Toilette splash bottle. This will be my scent for the rest of the night. Oh, Igor, that's amazing. Yeah, I do have a splash one as well of Eau de Toilette. They're so good. I love those splash bottles because they used to even make a 400 milliliter splash bottle of Eau de Toilette, and you just lavish yourself with it. You just, splash it on. That's why it's called the splash. Now, the Pure Perfume has a little stopper thing. You dab it. It's a dabber. But the splash bottles, you just screw them open and then you just splash on. Similar to what we saw at the beginning of this live stream when I showed you the celebration, the golden liquid, the fragment d'or, right? The golden fragments. This is literally how the Eau de Toilettes also used to be done. You screw them open. The opening here is a little bit less... It's a bit tighter, the hole there, but they have this special bit of glass, kind of like an edge to it, so that when you splash it on, not all the liquid falls out, but it turns into drops. So the glass is made in a way that you could kind of splash it onto the body. It's an amazing thing. You guys, if you can find a splash bottle of the Eau de Toilette, get it just so that you can experience the gesture of splashing on, of lavishing yourself with Chanel No. 5. Granted, you like the Eau de Toilette concentration. That little splash bottle ritual just made want a Pure Perfume even more. Yeah, I'm telling you, Letty. The dabber thing, it's just tick, tick, tick. It's like applying costume jewelry, or jewelry, like, like putting on clip-on earring, from Chanel, a little bit of gold. The same thing is applying in the pulse areas or wherever you want to apply it, the perfume. Emilio says, same here, I intimidate people. It's the share the fantasy commercials of the 80s. I love them. Opulence and luxury, says Mr. Philip Fabulous. Jack says, same with me with all my black outfits. Yeah, people, intimidated people. Anna says, yeah. Jack says, the only time people ask when I'm in perfume shops, oh, what you're wearing. Well, because they're used to it more, I guess. Antigone says, me too. Oh, nobody says anything to you when you're outside. Was the ad with the song, I Just Want to See the World on Fire from Chanel No. 5 or Coco? I think it was Chanel No. 5. Cannot remember. Actually, it is my favorite ad from Chanel. Jack says, 400 milliliter splash would murder me. It's amazing. And they weren't that expensive back then. The Visitors? I don't know, olfactive. I don't know which movie you're talking about. Yes, Steven says, yes, tight hole. Very tight hole. Chanel No. 5 has the Eau de Toilette. I hope for the celebration of No. 5 that they make splash bottles. I swear I'll buy 20, says Maximo. They will not make splash bottles. Well, of the Pure Perfume, yes. They still keep making the Pure Perfume as splash. But the Eau de Toilette, no. I'd love to smell your scent, Dacob. That's why I can't wait having a meet and greet. This is actually what I'm the most excited about. Yeah, I have a very particular smell. In the best of ways. Talking about Eau de Toilette, let's celebrate the Eau de Toilette as well. Also released in 1921/1922, right after the release of the Pure Perfume. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous scent in its current state. It comes with a magnet lid, and it's not as well. This one has been aging and ripening a little bit, so it got a little bit darker in color as well. Batch code is 0301. 5-6 years old. People have been complaining lately that Eau de Toilette is a bit too light for them. I have not tested the current Eau de Toilette concentration, although I do have this one, which is the Twist and Spray, which is a bit of a younger, yeah, it's a 2102 batch. So this one is a bit younger than the 100 ml spray I have. I would say the Eau de Toilette has well, the Eau de Cologne had a lot of civet in it. Eau de Toilette also used to have civet, now not anymore. So it has been toned down, but it is, you could check out the review of the Eau de Toilette on my YouTube channel. I have made a video dedicated just to the Eau de Toilette, and I really go into detail about it. This live stream is celebrating all of Chanel No. 5's history, so I'm not going to go into specifics on Eau de Toilette, but I can tell you this, it's a more visceral, raw experience of Chanel No. 5. So if we were to compare the different concentrations of Chanel No. 5 with materials, tweeds, fabrics, what have you, the Eau de Toilette would be a tweed that has a raw edge, just cut open and then fringed loose, a raw edge. That would be the Eau de Toilette. The pure perfume, there is no raw edge anywhere. It is completely sewn together, sealed tight, beaded with pearls by hand. It's an haute couture formulation. The Eau de Parfum is a blend of jersey, lurex, spandex, and cotton. There's like, and a bit of tweed as well. So it's, and it has shoulder pads. That's kind of, you know, the difference between the three, if you were to compare them visually, stylistically with clothing. There is no civet in the Eau de Parfum anymore, Daisy. No, there's no civet anywhere. You can't use civet anymore legally in Europe, at least, European fragrances. Because it comes from a gland of an animal and it's, you know. So there are substitutes to civet, but synthetics. What do you think of the hair mist, Dacob? So I do have the hair mist here. Wait, where is it? Ah, here it is. So I have the current hair mist, and you could check out my review of the hair mist on my YouTube channel. I have made a video on this one as well, so I'm not going to re-review it now, but this is the current hair mist that Chanel introduced mid or late last year in favor of, sorry, because I have here, hold on, I have here a whole box full of stuff. And I don't know if I have the hair mist in this box or in another box. It's probably not here. Because I have a lot of Chanel No. 5. But the original hair mist, well, not the original one, but the one that we've had since at least 10 or 15 years comes in an, or came in an elongated spray. Oh, it's here actually. I got Chanel 5 all around me, you guys, so you got to bear with me. So this is how it used to be. 40 milliliter, 40 mil hairspray, mist, 40 mil. Around $28, $30. They reformed, this smelled very close to the Eau de Toilette. And I always used to say about this one, buy this one if you're on a budget, because you can use this as a perfume. You can use this as the Eau de Toilette, and it's much cheaper than the Eau de Toilette. And of course, Chanel figured it out. So what did they do? They reformulated. They don't do 30 mil anymore. They don't do 40 mil anymore. Now they do 35 mil. So they take away 5 milliliter and they up the price to $50. From $30 for 40 mil to $50 for 35 mil. And it doesn't smell as good as it used to. But there you have it. Hunt this one down if you can still get one. It's really good if you like the Eau de Toilette. This one is very close to the Eau de Toilette. This one is more like a reiteration of L'Eau, you know, No. 5 L'Eau in hair mist form, and way overpriced. I'm telling you, this is going to be on YouTube. I think the only video on YouTube that it covers everything from Chanel No. 5. I don't think there's going to be another video like it in the future. So enjoy, thumb up this video and live stream if you're enjoying it, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already for more crazy Chanel content. Leslie says, I'm here. Better late than never. Happy anniversary, says Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Welcome to the chat. Gautier says, I have the vintage hair mist with the black cap. Yes, this one has the black cap. Daisy says, I've had my eye on the hair mist. Is it long wearing? No. It evaporates pretty soon. I mean, it's very light wearing. Especially the new concentration. It's a bit more fruity. The new one is sweeter. It doesn't have that sophistication that the old hair mist had, but you have to be a fan of the Eau de Toilette if you're going to enjoy the old hair mist. Daisy says, I love the newer bottle design. Well, it's not that original because it just goes with the flow with the Chanel No. 5 classic Eau de Parfum bottle, just frosted. I kind of enjoy the fact that that we had this elongated version. At least it was its own unique design. You know, the hair mist had its own unique design. Now, it doesn't anymore. Now the hair mist has the design of the classic Chanel No. 5 bottle, just frosted. I can smell it all day on me, says Susan Bailey, for the hair mist, the current hair mist. If you spray on clothes and scarves, it lingers. Yes, this applies to almost every perfume, you guys. If you spray perfume on your skin, it's not going to last as long as if you apply it to clothing. Goes without saying. Alexander de Costa Spindola, hello, welcome to the chat. I wear Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum, and unfortunately, it doesn't last for a long time. People only realize and praise during the first 3 hours after applying it on my skin, but I love Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum. Leave it a little bit in the sun. Let it age. Let it turn darker. I always say this. I don't know if you just tuned in now or if you have been watching since longer. You see how dark the liquid gets with time? How dark the Eau de Parfum can get? When it gets this dark, that's when it stays on the skin longer as well. Working from home and enjoying. Thank you for doing this, says Myrnie Standifer. Thank you so much for tuning in, Myrnie. Russell says, Chanel No. 5 Eau de Parfum is my favorite, but for hair mists, I prefer the Eau de Toilette version. Hold on, let me hydrate. Okay, let's watch the next video, you guys. Oh, well, hold on. Let me just see here. Okay, let's see. The next ad. Okay, this is 1985. A little more editing going on here, special effects, dreamlike state, and again, disappearing men. That was a thing in the 80s. Women in control of their life, and men come and go from their life, and but the women stay and linger on and keep, you know, because you have to remember the 80s. Do you remember the movie Working Girl with Melanie Griffith and Sigourney Weaver and Harrison Ford and Joan Cusack? My favorite kind of comedy / drama of the 80s. I love Working Girl to bits. I love that. I cannot tell you how much I love that movie. I love it so much. It represents the 80s like no other movie. And there's that whole like powerhouse, power work type of vibe in the 80s. You know, the shoulder pads were there for women, not just because it was a thing in the 80s, but also represented taking charge and empowering oneself. And you have all of these powerful businesswomen from the 80s. You also had, you know, Dynasty portraying the powerful Alexis Carrington, or Colby in particular, also Crystal Carrington, but Alexis with those shoulder. So that's what this commercial is all about. It's this woman, you know, she's on top of her game. She's on top of the world. She's in business. Okay, she's in these business houses, but she also enjoys the luxury that the 80s bring. And men, they fade in and out of her life. She doesn't really need them to be happy. That's kind of the vibe. And of course they utilized all of the major colors of Chanel. We had beige, we had white, we had black, and we had red. And there was white as well. So it's very, very, it's an empowered woman wearing Chanel No. 5 for her own pleasure. And I'm living for that. I'm living for that strength. I just want to see the world on fire, says Helen. The song. One of my favorites. Helen says, such a beautiful ad. Daisy says, yes, Working Girl. Very good movie to reference culture at the time. Oh, incredible. Working Girl. I mean, what a movie. Because it represents working women from different social classes and norms and how they deal with life in the 80s. You know, Sigourney Weaver being the rich, cutthroat businesswoman, Joan Cusack's character being the best friend of Melanie Griffith. She wants a simple life, get married, you know, be the housewife somewhere in New Jersey. And then you got Melanie. She comes from that Jersey lifestyle, but she wants more for herself. And she's kind of the bridge between the Joan Cusack character and the Sigourney Weaver character, showing us that women's positions are changing and evolving. And it's not like, okay, well, if you're born into one lifestyle, you got to stick to that class for the rest of your life. No, you can move. And this is basically, working girl is also the symbol of Chanel. Coco Chanel also, who was born into poverty, became an orphan very soon on, was abandoned by her father, was raised in an orphanage. I mean, she was basically, all the frickin' cards were against her from the get-go in life. Especially, she was born in 1883, you guys. Back then, I mean, for a woman back then to come from no class at all, an orphan, to make it as far as Coco made it, it's like that was harder to do back then than it is today to win the lottery. So just imagine how much work and effort she put into her career to manage to do what she did. So Coco's story is also mirrored within the movie Working Girl, where a girl breaks out of the social norms that she was born into, and she goes for it and makes out of herself what she wants to make out of herself. You know, I think Working Girl is also a beautiful movie to connect to Chanel No. 5. Any concentration, really. Ollie says, she looked like Laura Palmer in the Red Room with that red dress. It's very much, yeah, there is a Twin Peaksy vibe going on in that advertisement for sure. But unfortunately, David Lynch never made an ad for Chanel. He made a lot of other ads for other perfumes and brands. He worked for Dior. David Lynch also worked for Yves Saint Laurent. He made one of the most beautiful opium ads ever. But he didn't do Chanel No. 5 ads, which is a pity because I'm sure he would have done something amazing. Susan says, this is great, Dacob. Thoroughly enjoying. Thank you, Susan. Helen says, fantastic ad with the song. Alexandra de Costa Spindola says, Dacob, congrats for representing Chanel so well. Thank you. This is just love. This perfume, Chanel No. 5, has followed me throughout my life since I was a young kid. And it's been a part of my life forever. So I feel like Chanel No. 5 is a part of my family. I know it's crazy because I don't own the brand. I have nothing to do with the brand. Probably the brand is laughing at me right now for even doing this for free because all they think, they just think in terms of money. And they're like, look at that idiot. Let him talk about us. People are going to buy the perfumes because he's working for us for free. Yeah, but at a certain point, you got to be the better person. And this perfume means emotionally a lot to me. So I'm doing this for the love of the perfume and also for the love of you guys, because I know a lot of you out there also love perfumes and love Chanel No. 5. So to me, this is a celebration. And okay, so what? So the brand might laugh about it. So they might think I'm a sucker because, on social media, you can only do brand endorsements. You should only do stuff like I'm doing now if you get a sponsorship. Otherwise, why even do it? Let me tell you why you should do it, even though you don't get a brand endorsement. Because there's such a thing called passion, love, compassion, empathy, shit that corporate world knows nothing about. And this is why I'm doing this video. Because there's something more out there than just corporate greed, money mongering, wanting to make something new just for the sake of the almighty frickin' fucking dollar. There's more than that. These perfumes, to a lot of us, represent more than just the quick dollar that a brand can make by selling them. They represent memories. They represent stories we've lived through. They represent beautiful but also super sad stories that we went through. They have accompanied us as our best friends through thick and thin through our lives. So yes, you best believe I'm going to talk about perfumes as if they were my friends, and I'm not going to talk about them as if they were some corporate construct made to make a couple of CEOs that sit at the top of that freaking pyramid richer than they already are. You know what? All of y'all that are at the top of your pyramids, here's my money. Become richer. That's what makes you happy? Go ahead. Go ahead, boo. Earn your millions. Give yourself the millions bonuses of $1 million bonuses at the end of the year because you sold so well. If that makes you happy, fine. That doesn't make me happy. Never did. What makes me happy is sharing passion and love for history, memory, building up connections to other human beings through this social media platform. That's what makes me happy. So if Chanel is going to laugh on my back, or any other brand for that matter, because of me showing passion and love for something and thinking, what an idiot to do it for free, I'll be like, yeah, I'll be gladly that idiot. Because I'm proving my point that there's more to this world, there's more to this life than just fucking money. Now, let's go back to the pleasures of Chanel number 5. Dacob, congrats for representing Chanel so well. Thank you. Queen always, says Andrew. Coco reincarnation equals super Dacob. Yes, I have a zesty character just like she did. I'm definitely also very much... Actually, let me refresh my makeup because usually when we're filming this stuff, I get a chance between different video filmings to powder up a little, but I am getting a little bit glossy. Greasy, greasy, you guys. Yeah, Coco reincarnation equals super Dacob. Thank you. Alexandra says, we all love Chanel. No, we do. But I'm like, you know, there's a limit to everything. Because at a certain point, you got to draw the line. Like, what is it that you're doing? You know, because I know how it is with these brands. They love it when they get free attention. They love it when they get free advertisement. You know, they love it when they don't have to pay a penny for, you know, endorsements or whatever. I'm like, okay, fine. You don't have to pay a freaking penny. That's okay. I still am going to do this because I have my story to share too. I have my passions to share too. And you guys do as well. My dad gifted my mom a Chanel number 5 eau de parfum a few years back, used it a few times, then kept it in a closed cabinet and forgot it, says Lynn's review. Found it last year and she happily gave it to me. Oh, that's beautiful. Isaac says, so powerful. Word, Dacob, says Tina. Thank you. Susan says, I'm not leaving. Audrey is. What? Who? Amina says, without you, Dacob, this anniversary would be commercial only. And with you in this community, it is what number 5 deserves. Thank you, Amina. Thank you. Period, says Maxima. Aisha says, Dacob and Coco. Susan says, I feel it's been with me through my life stories. Yeah, me too. Me too. Steven says, on that note, I recommend The History of Swear Words on Netflix, hosted by Nicolas Cage. We love Nicolas Cage. I love Nicolas Cage. Michael says, doing it for the love of the art of it all. You're doing amazing, Dacob. Thank you so much for all you do for Chanel and us. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Tina says, yes. Preach, Dacob, says Susan. Alexander says, Dacob, you are authentic. We all like that. Thank you. So true, says Russell. Chanel number 5 is pure work of art. In my opinion, no amounts of money should define it, says Igor. I agree with you. Wow, Dacob, I bloody love you, says Susan. Drax says, good one, Dacob. You are so right. Love the passion. Sorry, I get fiery sometimes. Jack says, love the passion. Melvin says, hey, you, I buy number 5 body cream. Is it a good product? I don't use the body cream. I use the body lotion. But the body cream is okay. It's okay. It's nice. It's hydrating. The body lotion is cheaper. Jack says, art lovers unite. Yes, baby. Grease equals youth, says Amelia. Oh, hell yeah. We youthful, girl. Daisy says, content creators got to stop doing things just for the money. Preach. Amen to that. Amen to that. Dacob, you are authentic. We all like that, says Alexandra. Thank you so much. Melvin says, thanks, Susan. Oh, Jack says, interwoven between all of us is number 5. Yeah, totally. Mr. Philip Fab says, Chanel did nothing for the anniversary. I feel like you are hosting the celebration for them. Yeah, exactly. But I spoke about this before. You could rewind the live stream later on if you rewatch this. They don't want to celebrate it today because they want to profit from it as much as they can. So they're not going to announce that today is the birthday, even though it's officially today. Because if they were to announce that today is the birthday, people would be buying Chanel number 5 just today to celebrate, and then it would be over. But Chanel's plans are to make the whole year about Chanel number 5. They're going to have different launches sprinkled out throughout the year, starting from end of June until the end of the year, so that they could profit and milk us even more. So it's basically out of money that they don't mention that today is the birthday, because they don't want to spoil all of the sales that they could potentially make in the upcoming months. It's all about money, you guys. Nothing else. And this is also one of the reasons why they never celebrate Coco's birthday. They never celebrate, celebrate her death. Not celebrate it, but they never commemorate the death every 10th of January. Nothing. On the 19th of August of every year, there's no mention made about Chanel's birthday. I'm the only one celebrating it, basically. So stay tuned for that. In August, we're going to have a Coco Chanel birthday celebration too. Let's play the next video, you guys. Let's see what the next commercial has in store for us. Okay. Catherine Deneuve. Now, this is an interesting one because, of course, we have to take the audio out. She is talking. There is no music here. She's talking about a man. This is from the 70s, okay? Catherine Deneuve says how... This is an interesting take. This is... You see, she talks about how she seduces a man, but not really from seducing a man from scratch. She already has the man. And how she keeps him going. And it's a bit sketchy, this commercial. She says she likes to wear it behind the knee because it's what he likes the most. Look at the prices. $9.50 to $400. Spray perfume, spray cologne, $4.50 to $14. I mean, she's gorgeous. The ad is beautiful. You know, Catherine Deneuve represents this kind of typical French, dead inside, you know, just beauty that shows no emotions, just like, you know, a little like, those like, she could sit next to you at a table, not show any emotions, and her hand would be in your pants at the same time. That type of French attitude. So, and she says, you know, wear the perfume behind my knee because he likes it there the most, or this or that, or behind the ear because he likes it there the most, but I prefer to, She says he likes me to put it behind the ear or something, but I like to wear it behind the knee. So she's talking about her love affair with Chanel No. 5, but unfortunately she also puts into that equation the guy and what the man also wants. And this is something that kind of irks me a little bit because it doesn't matter. I mean, if they want to sell it that way, fine. But to me, again, perfumes are about personal pleasure. So I like to wear it behind the knee because it makes me feel happy. I like to wear it here because here it makes me feel... I mean, you know, if you are my girlfriend or boyfriend and you just so happen to like it as well, good. We have something in common. But I sure as hell ain't going to wear it here if I don't like to wear it here just because you prefer to wear it here. No. No. As well as I would never make you wear something in a way that you don't feel comfortable with just because I like it that way on you. I would never do that to a person. So, it's a bit jumping now, I see. So I would never do that to a person. Anyway. But I like that dry aesthetic from the 70s, you know. I adore her hair, says Jacqueline. Yes, we all love the hair of the 70s and the 60s. On the US version, it said perfume on the bottle, and now it is parfum for all countries. Yes, correct. In the past, it said perfume. Why is she holding her ear? Oh, she's flirting with us. You know, it's like, you know, like doing like that. It's, you know, like, you know, some girls twirl their hair when they're younger. There's this thing going on when you're younger. There's the, you know, there's that, you know, you could, you know, it's all that cliche that we know from cinema, from the 70s, 60s and 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s, all of those body flirtations going on. That's what she's basically implementing there in the commercial. Dacob, my mom told me to tell you, says Aisha, that she bought a huge bottle of No. 5 in 1969 when she was 19 years old, and she was told it cost £4, which was a fortune back then. Yeah, of course, inflation rates, perfumes were, you know, the prices seem lower now. When we see the prices from back then, you're like, oh my God, that was so cheap. But that was a lot of money back then. And the $400 bottle that they mentioned in the advertisement with Catherine Deneuve, that was the 1 liter or the 900 milliliter pure perfume bottle, which now costs $6,000 or $5,000. The French alchemist says, hey, Dacob, love your work and the passion you put on it. And you are right. Passion is much important than money. Thank you so much, the French alchemist. Daisy says, she was a city girl. Oh, Catherine. Jack says to Aisha, that £4 would be about £56 today with the inflation rates. Philip says, weren't it a cultural thing back in the 60s and 70s that men bought perfume for their women. Well, it's still considered that way. Still, it's advertised for St. Valentine's Day, for Christmas. It's always like the guys buy the perfumes for their girlfriends and their loved ones for Christmas, for Valentine's Day. So it's still kind of... Now it's kind of shifting because the genders are blending into each other. So it's not just like the guy buying for the girl just buying for the guy. It could be the guy buying for the guy, the girl buying for the girl, or whatever. But it's still seen, perfume is still seen by all of these brands as something that they advertise for and push advertisement for, in particular during holiday seasons, because they want you to gift it to your loved ones. I still am super happy whenever I get perfumes as gifts. Doesn't matter if it's for Christmas or for my birthday or whatever. I still think they're wonderful gifts, as long as you give me the perfume I want, not just, you know, blind purchasing something for me. Yeah. The French Alchemist says, I think that Chanel does not celebrate officially today because in France everything is closed. Still, we are still in lockdown and the workers of Chanel are still at home. Doesn't matter. So basically, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because things can be locked down even in June. They already planned ahead when they're going to launch all of these products, you know, in different drops throughout the year, starting from June. So no, mentioning it on the website, they could have done something. I mean, if they're all in lockdown, why did they showcase just yesterday the cruise collection fashion show? They shot it, they filmed it, they presented, they didn't have to. Why did they do it? Because they want to sell. Because that's their strategy for that show. They could have postponed that show too. They didn't need to show it yesterday. So if they could do all the effort to show that show yesterday and to do all the shebang around it on the website yesterday and in, you know, building up to the show yesterday, they could have done the same for Chanel No. 5, you guys. That's what I think. Jesus says, nowadays, girls twerk. I know, the cheapness of it all, right? And maybe it is the reason all shops are closed too, says the French Alchemist. When I buy female perfumes, often I'm asked if I'm buying for my girlfriend or female friend. It's still very weird. Oh, I tell them immediately, oh, honey, wake up, we're in 2021. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. Fragrance is a great gift, says Daisy. It is. Debbie says, they could have started the entire birthday celebration at least today. I totally agree with you. Tina says, women are just allowed to buy for their mothers. LOL. That's insane, Tina. You buy for yourself if you know. Enjoy it. Miss Marie, hello, Miss Marie. Got my pure perfume of No. 5 for my birthday. Yay! Congratulations. MK says, I always get perfumes as gifts because they are the cheapest luxury presents my loved ones could gift to me. MK, that's really sad. That's so sad. That's so sad to say. Like, do you realize how sad that is, what you just said? Like, I'm sorry for you if that's the only reason why they give you perfumes. Because because they are the cheapest luxury? Girl, no. That's snobby. Don't go there. Break yourself from that chain of thinking that way. That's just break out of that. Again, if that's the reason why they buy stuff for you, then maybe you should reconsider who to stay family with and who not to. You know, I mean, because perfumes are magical. Just I always say I don't think perfumes should even have a luxury tax on them. I think perfumes should be enjoyed for free by everybody because they're so fundamentally important to our lives, to our moods, to our energy swings, to just the pleasure in our life. I mean, they make you happy. I always say this, you know, and I printed it out on one of those quote little leaflets that when I order perfumes, I let them print them out, the different brands. I said, you know, perfumes got me through this. This whole entire last year of lockdown, if it wasn't for perfumes, I would have been, like, I used up way more perfumes than I usually would in lockdown, and they helped me go through the motions. They helped me get through all of this complicated times, you guys. Like, I thank perfumes so much for helping me maintain my sanity in many ways. So I could never reduce a perfume to that, you know. Anyway, let's play the next commercial. Well, let's play the next ad. Okay, of course, again, the sound is music that I put that's copyright free. The ad is fair use, taken from YouTube. Look at the gorgeousness of this black and white. Of course, she's caressing him. He's helping her come up. He's elevating her. He's caressing her. He's holding her. He's taller than her. Wow, look at that, like, fixated gaze. That nice price, huh? $7.50 and $5. So this, oh, and then we got the Eau de Cologne, $3.50 to $5. This is also in dollars. So this one is from the 60s. Innocence, I guess. Purity of form and shape. And he is gonna make a woman out of her. Beautiful visuals, but I am not a fan of the messaging. Again, different moral, different times. This is a commercial that plays in a time where we were just about to, you know, the whole hippie movement, Woodstock, things were changing and shifting. Chanel was kind of a conservative brand, but it was trying to, you know, stay with the times and evolve with the times. But this advertisement was still very conservative. Philip says, by the way, that cruise collection 2021, can't wait for you to roast it. Stay tuned because there might be a surprise coming in this live stream. Antigone said, the music performance for the show yesterday was super lame. Whisperfest. Antigone says, it's somehow bad taste to me that they do cruise collection when most of the world cannot travel due to the lockdown. Quite arrogant. Well, Antigone, you don't have to buy it to travel. I never bought anything from the cruise collection because I travel. Never. I bought stuff from the cruise collection because I liked the pieces, just like I bought stuff from their regular... This is a cruise, by the way. There you go. This is the cruise collection from a couple of years back. You know, with the Coco Cities, Deauville, Biarritz, and Venice. This is with the little white buttons. And I didn't feel offended. Not at all. Jack says, not everything gotta be designer. Drax says, perfume is the best medicine. Exactly. Antigone says, agree 100%. Perfume should not be a privilege. It's proven aroma changes and lifts up the mood. Jesus says, perfumes are the most precious thing you can get as a gift. I agree. Well, of course, love is more precious. But if we're talking about material goods, then yeah. Dacob has moved on to the Pepsi, I see. Yeah, no, at the beginning, I'm drinking both. Yeah, guys, you see, I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Hydrating. Let me show you these little fellas. This was the packaging, Chanel number 5. Oh, Trin says, good morning. It's 6:43 a.m. in Sydney. Good morning, Trin, and welcome to the Chanel number 5 100th birthday celebration. Here, when they first released the little mini twist and sprays, they first came out 2019. Gee, how time flies. Yeah, I think, yeah, 2019. Christmas 2019 with the snowball, and then here's the little mini twist and spray. So now if you purchase them, they don't come with these little slip pocket folders, whatever have you. They just come, I guess, in the normal white packaging. And so on the two sides, you get the 2 refills, and in the middle is the actual... Hold on, where is it? Oh, I put the wrong one in the pouch. Here it is. The pure perfume goes in here. Sorry, I'm showing you all these products. And then, of course, there you go. The mini twist and sprays. These are my favorites. They're literally the size of a lipstick. This is a 7 ml. So this thing is in here, right? And then on the two sides, you get the 2 refills. So you get 3 times 7 ml. So that is... I'm really bad in math. 14 plus 7, 21 mil, I guess, in total. This is the Eau de Parfum mini twist and spray. I think they're adorable. I love them so much. And you could buy the refills. So once you've purchased this, you don't have to repurchase this again. It's a bit cheaper if you just buy a set of 3 glass refill vials. So that's also something relatively new. So this was launched in this format and size just late 2019. So it's been only a year and a couple of months that these exist. And they're amazing. And I carry them in my little Ernie pouch. So let me put this in so I'm not confused. Now, there's another thing that Chanel released a couple of years ago as a regular hand cream in a pebble container. But then they also launched a limited edition. I think now it's still available. I still have one sealed collector and the other one is open, which is somewhere down there. The Pebble, remember the Pebble No. 5 hand cream? On hand cream. And this is with the spray of L'Eau. No. 5 L'Eau, Chanel No. 5 L'Eau, on hand cream. This one has the pebble inside. I do have a pebble down here, but I'm scared to kind of now push the microphone away. Well, envision the pebble. It's a round little pebble. It ain't worth the money, you guys. It's around 50 bucks. It's just a couple of squirts of cream. It's a beautiful object, but it chipped the print of the No. 5 on the white pebble. The more you squish the pebble, the black chips off. So if you really want that cream, I would get the crème riche for the hands in the pebble shape because it's not mattified. The No. 5 version is a mattified container. The more you squish it, it gets really dirty. It's like, the smell of the cream is amazing, but it kind of falls apart, the concept of it. So if you really want that pebble, I would recommend you get the riche version of the regular hand cream that doesn't have the Chanel No. 5 smell. It's lacquered, like a glossy finish to the bottle, so it doesn't absorb dirt when you touch it, and the writing doesn't chip off. Just saying. But that's another thing that Chanel No. 5 did. They did their pebbly hand cream. Hold on, let me get it. This is going to be a mess. Sorry for the mic. I'm busting the mic. Here it is. And you could see how it chipped. You see the C of Chanel with time? It just chipped off. Because you open it and you kind of keep squishing this to kind of put the cream out. And by squishing that, you kind of keep putting pressure on this print. Yeah. And then it changes color. This becomes more yellow than the top. Like you can see that this is lighter than this. So it's, it's part of the Chanel No. 5 family. So we have it here in this video. And I'm glad that I'm showing it to you, but it ain't worth the money. This is just if you're a collector. I'm going to keep this one sealed just because I don't think they make them anymore, but yeah. MK says, they are not passionate. People can also have a different perspective about presents, and they tend to view gifts more like a social norm thing. Oh, well then they should just not gift then, if it's not made out of love, but just a social norm thing. It's the 5th of May, yes, and No. 5's birthday. No. 5 was launched on the 5th of May, 1921. So today is the 100th birthday of Chanel No. 5 because we are filming this live stream on the 5th of May of 2021. Let's hit the next commercial, you guys. Let's see what else we got going on for us here. I still have a couple of commercials to play for you. Oh, okay, so this one was from a couple of years ago how did she say her name? So it's Audrey Tautou, but I think she wants us to pronounce her name as Tatou. I think Tatou rather than Tattoo. So again, she's on the Orient Express, or we think she's on the Simplon, the Orient Express Simplon. She has her huge bottle of Chanel No. 5 pure perfume. And so this guy passed by her in the train, right? And it's the smell that he loved of her. And now she's craving him, she's desiring him. But here's the twist. It's not just her falling for him like a crazy mofo. He is also desiring her. So he's out of his carriage or his compartment. Murder on the Orient Express. Oh, I'm getting such Agatha Christie vibes. I love the vibration of the train. Oh, on the liquid and this bottle passing by her. Beautiful, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So he's on the other side of that door. He's craving her like crazy. She's craving him, but she can't fall asleep. The desire is the passion. But then he's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to leave. And she's like, I can't stand it. Oh, I need to breathe. And he leaves right before she exits. Again, it's all of this. Oh, there you go, Orient Express. Again, this Chanel, yeah, it is the Simplon Orient Express that goes to Istanbul. So she's kind of looking for him now everywhere she goes. You know, there's this desire. But she can't find him anymore. It's over between them. And it never began. They never even touched, really. Now she took a photo with a Leica camera, super expensive, because she's rich, of course. And he's on that. She can afford that camera. She's wearing Chanel, for fuck's sake. Oops, I said something I shouldn't have. Anyway, so there you go. He was on the photo, but she didn't see him on the boat. Was he a vision? Was he just a dream? She's about to leave again. And finally, it's him who finds her. Not her who found him. But why does he find her? Because he follows the trace of Chanel No. 5's perfume. And in fact, they're sealed by the double C at the train station, the Chanel train station. And he finally finds his way back to her. Again, Chanel No. 5 used to talk to us about love and a love story. You see, this repeated pattern that we have in so many decades of Chanel No. 5's history, this portrayal of this perfume by the brand as a symbol of making people fall in love, of desire, of the guy falling for the smell and following the girl until he finally, finds her thanks to the smell. So this is a TV ad from 2011. Follow the romantic paths of Audrey Tautou on a night train to Istanbul, with Audrey and Travis Davenport, directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet. So that is the commercial. Oh, I like that one in the train. The train aesthetic is beautiful. I love all travel movies and everything that has to do with trains. And because I'm a big fan of Agatha Christie and The Murder on the Orient Express. So whenever I see the Orient Express, I envision this poetic vision of train traveling and, like from centuries long gone. In fact, when Chanel launched their Les Eaux range for the first time a couple of years ago, 2018-19. Biarritz, Paris Biarritz, Paris Deauville, and Paris Venice, they invited a lot of influencers to travel to Deauville with the Orient Express. Chanel booked the frickin' Orient Express to go all the way from Paris to Deauville and to carry all of the influencers to Deauville, to the beach, where they set up a whole setting to launch Deauville. For those of you who don't know what Deauville is, this is Paris Deauville. So there has been another setting within which Chanel, the brand, showcased the Orient Express. So 2011 was with Audrey Tautou, and now in 2019 or whatever the year 18-19 when this was launched, again they sent all the influencers on that journey. Coco Chanel herself took the Orient Express from Paris to Venice when she traveled with Misia to Venice. So the Orient Express is not something that has not been a part of Coco Chanel's life either. So I like the fact that they used the Orient Express for Chanel No. 5 ad. But however, again, this kind of fleeting desire love story is a little bit dated. There's more to perfumery than just that. Just like Jack told us in the chats before, I agree with you, Jack. Like, it should be also about self-love. And that's something that a lot of these brands just don't touch base on. This aspect of, no, actually, you don't need to wear this to hunt down a man or a woman. Wear it to reconnect to yourself. And that is an aspect in perfume advertisement that hasn't been touched upon yet, really, the way it should have. And I think if I were in charge of a Chanel 5 advertisement, I would go in that direction for sure. Sorry, it's from 2010. Whenever I travel by train in Italy, I can't help thinking about this commercial. No, it's 2011. And this is from the Chanel website, by the way, MK. So the Chanel website states it's 2011, not 2010. Philip says the disappearing men of Chanel finally remain in their visible form. Exactly, in this case. David says, this is my favorite so far, I think. Jesus says, you two people traveling to exotic places and falling in love. I know, right? Groundbreaking. Letty says, one of the characteristics that I love the most about number 5 is that it is the ultimate signature scent. Don't think any other perfume in history has achieved that status. Almost all of my perfumes are associated with moments, says Helena. Persons. Some of them have unfortunately passed away. When I miss them, I just close my eyes and smell my perfumes. It's so comforting. That's beautiful. To me, the same. Susan says, pretty corny adverts. Aesthetics are beautiful, but yeah. Trebi says, love Dacob. I placed my number 5 eau de parfum in the window for the first time today, per your recommendation, LOL. Don't let it linger for days, you know, move it around. You know, don't just let the sun beat through it. Give it sunlight, but don't burn it. Jean-Pierre Genet, director of Amélie. Yes, and that's why, because directed Amélie, that's why also Audrey Tautou is also in this commercial. And yes, she said in an interview, her name is Tautou, pronounced that way, not Tattoo. Dacob, you should have been on that trip. Not a bunch of people that probably don't even know Coco, but just because they're influencers. I know, Letty. I was not invited. I've been wearing number 5 for 25 years. My kids recognize the scent as me, says L. St. Louis. Jack says, overnight trains are never that glamorous. They are if you have the gorgeous bar scenario set up. The Orient Express is amazing because of all those cabins that you get to sleep in made out of wood. And it's not just overnight, it's several nights until you get to Istanbul. Yes, of course, Dacob. Thank you, says Trebi. Oh, good. Oh, I looked similar to it did look similar to Amélie Jacques because it's the same guy and same actress. Let's play the next video. We got 4 more. And then we're through with the video portion. We've seen this one already. This one is maybe the longer version. So this is a better, oh right, yeah. So this is a better version of the same commercial. I just found it in a better resolution. She's so amazing. So we've seen this one already, but it's nice to see it a little bit more high res. And this is, instead of 4:3, they've stretched it out just a little bit more. And that was the one that we saw already. Let's just jump into the next one. Okay, so this is Chanel's own take on Marilyn Monroe. They edited a lot of these clips together. It's a 30-second clip celebrating Chanel number 5. And she talks. They found, you know, it is said that in an interview, she did state that all she wears to bed at night is 1 drop of Chanel number 5. But of course, there was also recording, an audio recording of that interview, and they found the audio, the magnetic tapes, and they played it in this commercial. Thank you for subscribing, G-Gate Cup 78. And they played it, and Tanya Stoyanova, thank you also for subscribing. And they played that audio of her talking, and it's magical. I can't play it here for copyright reasons, but you can hear it on my Coco Chanel Privé, all spelled together, Instagram profile. Oh my God. Yes, everybody. Adrienne Toledo, thank you everybody for subscribing. A lot of people. Red Mick, okay. What's happening all of a sudden? All these, thank you for subscribing, everybody. Thumb up this video if you're liking it thus far, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. So, she said that she wears just a drop of, she really did say it. And there's that beautiful voice of hers that you can hear on Coco Chanel Privé, all spelled together, my Instagram profile. I posted the video of Marilyn talking there. So Marilyn Monroe is, to me, the epitome of Chanel number 5 advertisements. Nobody like Marilyn embodies it because of the sadness and the tragedy that follows her life, but also the pure, almost naive passion that she had for life at the same time. That duality of being so sad and depressed, but also loving life at the same time so much. That's kind of number 5 in a bottle. Let's play the next commercial as well while we're at it. Okay, so this is early 90s, I believe. Could be still 80s. No, I think this was in the 90s, and we're gonna get to the details about it just in a second. Yeah, this was in the 90s. It looks like the 80s, but we're already in the 90s. This should be Carole Bouquet. She entered Chanel You know, Carole Bouquet then was in several advertisements for Chanel No. 5. She did the famous photo advertisement holding the Chanel No. 5 bottle. Look at that, the swimming pool is in the shape of the bottle. Fabulous. She had that famous bracelet, the golden bracelet with all the charms that everybody wanted. That's Carole Bouquet holding the Chanel No. 5 bottle in a print ad. And this one was from 1994 or 1992. So, you guys, Chanel No. 5 from 1990 is the ad. It's called LA Star by Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott is... and it's Carole Bouquet. Ridley Scott is the director. Ridley Scott, who made Alien, for example, with Sigourney Weaver in 1979. So the director of this ad was Ridley Scott. You could see the masterful architecture, how it's all composed. And you could already see the hints of what Chanel was going towards with this kind of implementing architecture within the concept of bottles and shapes. Just a year after this, they would launch one of their most famous advertisements, not for Chanel No. 5 this time, but in 1991, they would launch Egoiste, the advertisement with the building and the opening of the shades and the blinds and all the women calling Egoiste and slamming the windows, Egoiste, Egoiste, and all the whole building would open up and close. Similar structure and rhythm and aesthetics that we see in this ad from Ridley Scott, we're going to see in the Egoiste ad as well. However, this was the initiation of the 90s. You see already the saturated colors kicking in here, and they're going to go throughout the 90s. We're going to see those saturated colors fading out towards the end of the 90s as the 2000s arrive with the more somber look. And in fact, the late 90s commercials that we've seen with the wolf and at the beginning of the live stream and Little Red Riding Hood, with Luc Besson's direction, had even more of that saturation of colors, which already began in the early 90s. The vintage ads give me such life, says Trebi. Totally, me too. Jack Dean says, oh no, that's too late. I don't know. Oh yes, Jean-Paul Gault for Chanel. Yeah, that would happen later on. Exactly, Emilio. She's so elegant. Yeah, Carole Bouquet is amazing. Yeah, I cannot play the original song, you guys. I know. Sea of Love. Yes, the original song was Sea of Love. The man boxing his own shade. The man boxing his own shade was Egoiste Platinum. Or Platinum Egoiste. Jack says, yep, it did add a lot of structure to the commercial's aesthetics. Let's play the next one while we're at it. Okay, so this is the last one, probably. Hold on. Okay, let's play it. And there's Carole Bouquet. I wanted to kind of... the richness, the rich car in the desert. You know, we're in America. We could be anywhere. I mean, there you go. There's that famous bracelet. There's that famous bracelet. Freedom, flying, space... Happy woman, empowered, shoulder pads. She likes the guy, but she prefers Chanel. And there you go, that famous pose, which I also sometimes do. Oh, hold on. Let's do it again now, shall we? Yes, queens. Well, I can't because this bottle is too big. But, you know. Chanel No. 5. Oh, man. Living for it. So... I think that was all that we have in terms of commercials today. We've went through this wonderful journey of Chanel No. 5. And I don't know how long I can do this to let YouTube, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours before. Okay, hold on. All right, now we're going to get to the part of this celebration. There's a bit of an echo. Yes, I hear it too. I hear the echo as well. Because I hear it, it's coming from over there. I hear myself. Is the echo gone now, guys? I still hear it. I'm talking. Hello. Yeah, okay, now I think the echo is gone now. Okay. So, no, I hear it again. Anyway, guys, now the time has come to do an unboxing. There's still an echo. No, now it's not on my end anymore, Rich Mitch. No echo on my end. No, Rich, I think it's on your end then, because for me it's gone. So you guys, now the time has come to finally unbox Chanel No. 5, the Pure Perfume, 116 ml. I'm kind of scared to unbox it. I don't really want to, because once it's unboxed, it's gone forever. But as we said in the other live stream, if not now, when? You know. So I'm going to, this one is going to officially be, we're going to fade into black and then we're going to start again. You know, we're going to film it like we do old school filming during live streams. So don't leave. This is going to be a separate video filmed for you guys. So as I always say in our live streams, we're going to review a new perfume now. We're going to do an unboxing of a vintage, huge, super rare Chanel No. 5 Pure Perfume. Hit it. This video was recorded in front of a live virtual audience. Hello everybody, Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Today's a very, very special day, special occasion, and special video. Today, as I'm filming now, is the 5th of May of 2021. It is the 100th birthday of Chanel No. 5. So for the occasion, I will be unboxing and reviewing a very rare iteration of the Pure Perfume of Chanel No. 5. This is the Grand Extrait of Chanel No. 5 in its, well, back in the day, they didn't write sizes in terms of fluid ounces or milliliters. They would just call them Grand Extrait, Petit Extrait, Médian Extrait. So this translates to 116/120 milliliter. It's a huge bottle. And I purchased this last year, but I kept it sealed for this special occasion because 100 birthdays is only once in a lifetime. And I thought there's no better time to unbox this and review it with you guys and see how this bottle looks like with you guys. No better time than today for Chanel number 5's 100th birthday. Before we get to the unboxing and testing of this gorgeous beauty, might I remind you that if you like my content, but haven't yet, consider now subscribing to my YouTube channel. Push the subscription button, and next to it you can push the join button, become a member today, and gain access to extra perks, such as emojis, videos that you get to see that do not come to YouTube, and exclusive live streams just for you guys, as well as reruns of live streams. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob all spelled together, to gain access to those same perks. Minus the emojis, those are just limited to the members. Thank you so much to all my patrons and members who have already pledged. And thank you to all my co-unboxers and reviewers in the live chat now, because this video is being filmed live in front of a virtual audience. Thumb up this video if you're liking it thus far. Don't forget to thumb it up. The YouTube algorithm needs those thumbs if it's going to support the channel and help us grow. So you guys in the chats, are you ready for this? This is such a rare thing. I am so scared to unbox this, you guys. This is the bottom of the package. You see it says Extrait Grand Modèle. The GM stands for Grand Modèle, and this is the serial number 120351. And this is the back side of the bottle, of the box. And this is the top. One side and the other side. Ooh, okay. Oh my God, you guys. Just for comparison, look how huge it is. This is the 15 milliliter, okay, bottle that we have. This is how big this is. This isn't in production anymore. They don't do the 120 ml bottles anymore. That's why I'm like so hesitant to unbox it, because it doesn't exist anymore. It's not like I can just buy another one day. And it would be so expensive, because the prices of the 30 ml pure perfume, which is the biggest format you can buy before they go into these extraordinary large sizes of bottles, is around $300 for 30 ml. Now imagine 120 ml. And it has its sticker here. So this is the top. It's beautiful. It is in paper and cardboard, covered in white. So it's black cardboard and it has white paper. Maybe I should make a screenshot for, you know, because once this is opened, we don't have it anymore. So I should make a photo maybe for the thumbnail. All right, hold on. Let me just... My hair is a mess, obviously. It's not thumbnail ready, my hair. But we should definitely... I can fix the hair in post-production. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the sticker is really intact. The problem is with this sticker, we're going to have to cut through it because, of course, the box is separated in two sides, the bottom and top. The bottom of the packaging again says Extrait Grand Modèle. So as you can see, it's moving, obviously, because the lid, we can just take it off, but the sticker is keeping it in place. So what I would like to do was just detach the sticker without cutting through it. However, I have my little scissors here, but methinks it's the seal. You gotta cut the seal. Oh, here goes nothing, you guys. I'm gonna cut it because let me try to peel it off. No way, it's so stuck there. We're going to have to cut through the Chanel logo. I'm so suffering because I'm literally going to have to cut this entire Chanel, cut through it. Creation requires destruction, says Jack Dean. I totally agree with you. Okay, let's just do it. We're breaking the seal, the 100th birthday seal. Oh my God. Okay, listen. broken. Okay, let me zoom it in. Oh my God, no, you camera, you're gonna freaking stay focused. You're not gonna focus now. This historic moment is not gonna be unfocused. Oh my God, I'm seeing this for the first time together with you guys. Oh my freaking God, I can't. Holy effing are you freaking kidding me? Oh, no. Ooh. You guys, this is insane. Check it out. 15 milliliter, 120 milliliter. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Can we just like for a second here, just enjoy this moment? Because this, are you kidding me? It still has, of course, its wax seal, and it has all of its little, I called it the onion skin surrounding it. This is the back. Are you freaking kidding me? At the bottom, oh my God, the bottom says Chanel bottle made in France. Oh, this is so old school, you guys. It doesn't, you know, back then they didn't etch the, they didn't even etch the batch codes in it. There's a 4B on it, but that has to do with the bottle. That has nothing to do with the age. We don't know the age of this one. Judging by the stopper, it could have been 70s. It could have been from the 70s. Could have also been 80s, but we don't have the parfum written on top. It just says number 5 Chanel, which indicates that this one is even older because it didn't even have, it's not from the 50s and 60s because it would have had a much thinner stopper. Okay, so this is probably 70s. But later on, we have the addition of the parfum. Here you go, written at the bottom. First written at the top, and then at the bottom. Here we have no concentration. So this one could have been 70s. So let me do more thumbnails because I have to break the seal to open the bottle, because we're going to open the bottle. So let me do the thumbnails before we break the seal. This one is not gonna. It's not gonna do it on time. Okay. Oh wait, and then I have to do my face. And of course, I'm going to have to take a photo of this with my iPad as well. So for the Instagram, sorry guys, we got to do this now because once I've broken the seal, I can't take these photos anymore because it's going to be broken forever. No, I'm excited for it. I'm excited. I've never come across a 120 ml bottle yet. That's how rare they are. You know, it's not something that you just go, oh yeah, sure, let's just buy another vintage 120 ml bottle. Okay, let me also show you the inside of the packaging. It's all in paper and cardboard. You see how it's all wavy? This is something they did in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, I would say. In the 80s, they started using more plastics, but it has this wavy paper, cardboard too. And then it's just cardboard at the bottom to preserve the bottle. The inside of the upper part is very thick cardboard. Okay, so we're going to have to break the seal. There's no other way. I'm going to have to cut through it. So I shall be cutting at the top here. And Okay, so this is done in crystal, by the way. Because the way that this stopper is cut, it's, you know, it's not rounded around the edges. It's a very sharp, every edge is super sharp, and you can only do that with crystal because it's more stable than glass. My goodness. Okay, so we're gonna, oh my God, look at this bottle. I can't. It's so amazing. Okay, so break that seal, says Jack. All right, we're gonna cut through it here at the top. Maybe I can zoom in for that. Hold on. Okay, so let me stay zoomed in. If it focuses. Okay, so I'm going to cut through here at the top, okay, you guys? And okay, it's cut through. You have here, you see, I'm holding the little wire. It's just a thread. And now we have the wax seal with the double C. Well, it's just once. Ah, okay, you guys. This is telling us more about the date. Wait, is it the double C? Yeah, it's just one C. So this thing, modern wax seals have the double C, but older versions have just one C on the wax seal. It's just one C instead of the double C. So this is going to help me more identify the actual age of the perfume. I'm going to have to take the wax off because underneath the wax seal, we have the entire skin thing. So this is this badrouchage concept of how they seal off every bottle. So no oxygen has been touching this for decades. Okay, so when we open it, we're going to mess with it because, okay, I'm breaking the seal now. Because once oxygen hits this baby, it's done. But now I'm so curious to smell it. Okay, I gotta cut through this second cord, which is very well sealed. Okay. And the seal is off. There it is. And then we got this one last string to pull away. Oh my God. And now I'm going to take the little skin. We're going to peel the skin off. Maybe I can play the audio. I'm pulling the skin off, you guys. So you heard it a little bit, but there's still a lot more of this to peel off. Okay, here it is. Okay, let's zoom it in as I peel off. It's like a snake, finally, after decades, it's shedding its skin. And it's going to be reborn a brand new snake. It's off, you guys. The snake skin is off. Oh, and another C. Ooh, cha. This is it. We're one last step away from... I'm going to twist it open now. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, I don't want to have the issue. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. It's done. Oh my God, you guys. Okay, I have a drop here. Are you ready for this? Oh my God. Okay. It's a lot. Okay, let me just put some here as well. Oh my God. I'm getting emotional. This is so fucking... Okay. I have goosebumps running through my entire body. Like my hairs are all standing up. My back is like this. I have no words how to describe the depth. Oh. Yeah, you heard the oxygen enter, Mr. Philip. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is smoky, which is something that the current formulations don't have. There's smoke in this. It's so complex. The civet is real in this one. Oh, there's a hay note. There's a lot of hay. There's oak moss. There's patchouli. The jasmine is it cuts you like a knife. Like the ilang ilang, the roses, but the smoke. That's what's so shocking to me. I've never smelled a version of a formulation of Chanel No. 5 with this amount of like a smoky hay note, which is what is so typical to Cuir de Russie. And Cuir de Russie came out just a couple of years after No. 5, also made by Ernest Beau. And Cuir de Russie has that magical... And now I know why. It took it from No. 5. No. 5 is like, how would you call it? It's like the predecessor. It's like the backbone. It's like the base coat for Cuir de Russie. Is No. 5. Now it's like that missing piece of the puzzle. It's all so clear. It also has sandalwood that is so typical for Bois des Îles. And you feel that everything stems from this. Everything that Chanel has ever made stems from this. It all begins here. And oh my God. It's insane. It's insane. It's powerful, but not overpowering. It's powerful, but it's so elegant. Trin says, don't faint, Dacob. We need you. I know I'm about to faint, you guys. Oh my God. There's no better way to celebrate No. 5's 100th birthday than to opening a 120 ml vintage bottle. I have no words. Like, it must be like time traveling smelling that. It really is, you guys. It really feels like traveling back in time. It's insane. It's insane. Oh, thank you, Jack. Says we're also happy for you. Oh, it's so textured. It's so deep. It has so many layers, but it's so quintessentially Chanel No. 5. And what is fascinating with the current formulations, which I also adore to bits, I love the current formulation of Chanel No. 5 of the Pure Perfume. But today it's more airy, it's more light, it's a joyful experience all round. There's no darkness in it, but this one, clever. This one has the darkness. Like the aldehydes are so fresh and sparkly, but there's that civet lurking in the background, and the sandalwood and the oak moss, and they just kind of capture those aldehydes, and they kind of like they just like in a vortex keep pulling them down. So you have this duality of this kind of the perfume wanting to be light, but then there's darkness pulling it down. Ooh, it's so gorgeous. Oh man. Yeah, they don't make this formulation anymore. They don't. You know, it's just not it anymore today. It's still beautiful in a different way. It's still Chanel No. 5 in a different way. But this, now imagine going back even further into time, into the 20s, when it was first released, when it had another 100 ingredients on top of this, even more. Imagine that explosion of olfactive explosion and pleasure, when already this is incredible. It smells of everything. It's so encompassing. It's like it surrounds you fully. How else to explain this? It literally feels like you've been cocooned immediately in this protective force field of pure pleasure. Embracing the good and the bad, you know, embracing the nastiness, embracing the psychosis, embracing the fear, finding pleasure. And you know how in ancient times, when the plague was devouring the world, mostly Europe in that case, and there was no notion of bacteria back then. People didn't even know bacteria existed. And yes, the plague is a bacteria, not a virus. Yersinia pestis is its Latin name. I know, don't ask, but I'm obsessed with the aesthetics of the plague, and I'm going to get to it right now. That darkness of that time of the plague, but at the same time, back then, they didn't have television, movies, photography, obviously. So the only visuals we have of the plague is what the painters and artists of the time delivered. But painters of the time, they were taught to paint proportions, beautiful colors. Everything had symmetry, everything had balance, harmony. So imagine a depiction. Whenever I travel to Venice, I go to the churches and I visit just like Coco, I'm also obsessed with Venice. I visit the paintings in the churches, and a lot of those paintings, because Venice, you know, with the Redentore, they had a lot to deal with the plague, okay? The plague was in Venice, it hit hard. And the paintings in those churches mostly depict the plague. And you do see people dying and suffering in those paintings, but because the painters are taught to paint with harmony and proportions and beautiful colors, those visuals of death and suffering look so beautiful because they're painted with harmony and proportion. So it's such a duality. The only portrayal that we have of the 1300s, 1400s and the plague, in Venice in particular, are those paintings. And of course the manuscripts of people writing how many people deceased and died. And that's the terrible part. But the visual part of the plague comes through these paintings, and these paintings render the most beautiful, because proportionate, aesthetic of decay and death. So you're tormented by these visuals because what you see portrayed is human pain and suffering, but it's painted in such a beautiful way that you also love how it looks. And for an artist to mess with your mind and your morals that way by portraying something so terrible, but utilizing a technique that renders it so beautiful, that's art. That's this. It's that beautiful painting of something that tells a story of suffering and pain. That's Chanel number 5. Especially in the older concentrations. Ooh, shivers down my spine. I'm telling you guys, I wish we had Odorama so you could smell it through the screen with me. I mean, this thing is insane. Insane. Insanely beautiful. Painfully beautiful. Painfully beautiful. Let me get to the chats. Trebi says, full circle, OMG. Yes, their best art. Jacqueline says, character is developed in darkness. Always, always. Character is always developed best in darkness. Arksin says, they say that when artists feel pain and so on, that's when they make great art. Yes, mostly. Mostly it's through the darkness that you create something that you give light, that you shed light onto topics. And that's, art is shedding light onto, art is all about shedding light on darkness, unveiling the darkness, showing the dark, not keeping it hidden, but showing it. And the artist that sheds light on darkness is a good artist. Hélène French says, it is the Joconde of the perfumes. Yes, it's very much Leonardo da Vinci, isn't it? What a monumental video in time, says Jack. Helena says, you describe it so well that I can smell it from here. Thank you, Helena. Kurshan says, hi, I just made it home from errands. Welcome to the unboxing and review. Hi, Dacob. Great to see you. Looking great as always. Thank you so much, sign language boy. Art in a bottle. Sometimes when I walk into my closet, I just look at the bottle and daze off thinking of the history, art, and pain in number 5. Oh my God. You guys, it's painfully beautiful. Painfully beautiful. Just... oh, the bottle in your hand is like saying, I know I am this beauty, right? The bottle knows. I know. It's one of those, it knows. It knows exactly what it is. It knows exactly what it is. Trebi says, I'm so glad you have this beautiful vintage. What an occasion to unbox it with you guys. It's such an honor for me to be able to share this with you and to share this moment with you. And this is never going to happen again. Chanel No. 5's 100th birthday is today, 5th of May, 2021. No better occasion to unbox this than today. And it's never going to happen again because, as I said in my other videos, you know, it's not like we're going to live that long to see another 100 birthdays. All of us that are watching now while I'm filming this live, this is our time. It's the now. It's the now. It's the here. It's this moment that we share. This is the magic. Other people will have other magic in another 100 years. And some other Dacob in 100 years, if humanity still exists, might just be sharing this love and passion with his community or her community when it happens. But we will be long gone. We are just going to be literally dust. I don't think there will be much memory left of us. Maybe through our children, if we have children. So we today become a part of the memory of Chanel No. 5. So one day in 100 years, our passion for it and our love for it imbues its DNA. So even if only on a subconscious cosmic level, somewhere down the line in 100 years when somebody else is reviewing a vintage bottle of Chanel No. 5, without knowing that I ever existed, that maybe none of y'all's ever existed, without even knowing that this video ever existed, because YouTube isn't going to exist forever. These videos are all going to be gone as well. Still, No. 5 will still exist. I predict this here and now. If humanity exists in 100 years, so shall No. 5 when it celebrates its 200th birthday. And within its DNA is this moment now that we share together now. We are part of its DNA now. So in another 100 years, when somebody smells it and reviews it on another video, another platform, or who knows how things are going to look like, even if nobody will actively, consciously know who we were, we are going to be a little particle inside of that perfume. So we are part of the memory of this perfume. And this a part of its pain, a part of its pleasure. So it's not just that it's us spending the money to buy a perfume today and giving the money to the rich CEOs of the brand. We are also inside of this DNA. And this is something that is not spoken about enough. People just consume things. They buy an entity produced by somebody else and then they consume it. I see things differently. I see things as a transposition of the soul as well. I put a part of my energy onto this object too. So I become a part of it as well. And my intentions, my energy becomes a part of it as well. They meld together. So yes, I will be a part of that Chanel No. 5 bottle that will be shown in another 100 years. My name will not be spoken. My name will not even be whispered. But I will be in that perfume together with Coco, together with all of you guys. Because that's what perfumes truly are all about. It's about that connection. And once you blend and merge together with it, you are part of it for all eternity. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you've liked this unboxing. I'm just super emotional. I can't say much more because this was so special for me. You know, it's been years in the making, and it was meant to be that I found this auction, that I got this bottle, that I won the auction. It was just meant to be that I get to share this moment with you guys. You know, thank you guys so much. Yes, the metamorphosis, says Paris Amaro. Oh, so powerful, so beautiful, said that it hits me so hard, really, says Russell Clara. Thank you. Trent says, I got goosebumps by listening to Dacob. Thank you. Letty just tiered up to membership tier 2. Thank you so much, Letty, for becoming tier 2 member. Arksim said, what a way. You became a tier 2 member in the most symbolic of videos, Letty. You're clever. You're going to get consecrated as the tier 2 member of the Chanel No. 5 unboxing. Very clever. Imagine Coco was wearing this perfume in her office, smoking, drinking brandy, and listening to the radio. Goosebumps down my spine, you guys. Thank you so much. Thumb up this video if you liked it. And subscribe to my channel. You can also push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. Also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob all spelled together, to get access to extra perks. Amongst the many perks you get is being listed here in the scrolling bar at the end of every video as the co-producer of the Fashion Bunker. You can also follow me on Instagram, Super Dacob all spelled together, but also on my Chanel dedicated Instagram profiles. One called Coco Chanel is in my house, all spelled together, dedicated to my Chanel collection. And the other one called Coco Chanel Privé, dedicated to the life of Coco Chanel. This is such an emotional moment. It's the love of my life, you know, and Coco is the love of my life. And I have the feeling not only are we bringing our love for perfumes and the love for this perfume back into rigor and vigor, but we're also, because it's its 100th birthday, but we're also in some way, shape or form, I would wish that we are also in some way, shape or form bringing back to life Coco herself, her memory, her energy, her vitality, her genius, her trials and tribulations as well, because she loved to wear No. 5. As her niece always said, Auntie Coco would always wear Chanel No. 5. Always on her neckerchief, on her handkerchief, in her pockets. She would perfume her gloves with it, her clothes, her scarves. She would even throw some drops into the fireplace, into the bathtub. Just like we are becoming a part of the history of Chanel No. 5 in the future, so is Coco already now. When we smell this, we do smell Coco, the woman, as well. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. Mwah. Hello everybody, I'm back and I got the booze. That's why it took me some time. I had to pop a champagne because now it's official. We've popped open the bottle. Oh, here it is, the beautiful, beautiful. Oh. So guys, I'm drinking one of those champagne bottles that Chanel gave me that one time I was at the boutique. So it's wine time, you guys. And also I've been noticing like people have been doubting, am I coming back? Don't ever doubt me coming back. I always come back unless I don't say the live stream is over, you know? So don't worry, we still got stuff to cover. But cheers, guys. I hope you've enjoyed this Chanel No. 5 journey together. Here's to you and to Coco and to No. 5. Oh, this was much needed. Oh, that hits the spot. Champagne and Chanel No. 5. Mr. Philip Fabulous says, by the way, the same time Dacob celebratory live stream went live, Chanel released some Vanessa Paradis cruise collection endorsement. Great. How original of them. Ollie says, is that champagne or No. 5 in a glass? It's champagne. No. 5 would be a bit more. Oh my God, look at this civety brown golden color, you guys. Oh, I flipped my, sorry, flipped this. My brooch necklace is flipped. Cheers, guys. Cheers, Mrs. Blue, Mr. Philip Fabulous. Trin, Ollie, Helena. Woo! You deserve good things, Helena. We all deserve good things. Will the sticker be white on the Chanel No. 5? Of course, this one has never been opened. It is white. It's like very white. I'm spraying my nostrils with No. 5 at the moment. This... There's nothing else like it, you guys. This vintage Chanel No. 5. And this is so vintage. It doesn't even have the concentration written on it. It doesn't say it's parfum. Will the sticker be white on the Chanel No. 5 for the gold one? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Jam. It probably will because, I mean, look, the red one also has the white sticker on it, so it probably will, you know? Wanted to scream and cry earlier today. Feel better after all of this goodness. Oh, I'm so happy, Jack, that you feel better. Cheers, sweetie. Yeah, we're gonna review the cruise collection. That's the bonus of today because Chanel released a cruise collection yesterday. So we're gonna review that as well. So that's the bonus feature. Great unboxing, Dacob. Can't wait for the hypothetical 900ml unboxing in the future. If we ever hunt it down. But the 120ml or 116 to 120ml, I'm looking at it. This, it's such a rare size. There's also a 250ml that they make today still. There's a 400ml that they still produce today, or 450ml, and then there's a 900ml. I know it's a budget issue, right? But Chanel No. 5, I'm talking about the pure perfume. It's always worth the money. Eau de parfum, eau de toilette, l'eau, all that stuff. If you love it, you love it. If you don't, you don't. But the pure perfume, even in its current state, and I have it. I just bought, a couple of weeks ago, I did an unboxing. I did a haul. I didn't unbox it yet because I still have some left. But I bought 2 extra 7.5ml perfumes because they were on sale. And, ooh, child, I'm getting tipsy. This bubbly is good. Always worth the money. I know it's expensive, but that pleasure that it gives you, even in this form, I got these a couple of weeks ago. The Pure Perfume 7.5ml. They, you know, it's not the same as this one, but I can tell you this, as they age, okay, as they age, they get darker too. They get close to this. And I gotta tell you something. My 200 ml eau de parfum, after so many years, it got so concentrated, it smells pretty close to this one. Now, the color of the liquid is kind of similar too, kind of. This one has a bit more green in it. You see there's more green going on there? Or? No, it depends on the light, on the angle of the light. It's actually, this one can also look a bit more green. So if we flip them more to, yeah, it changes. But I'm looking at it in real light. Yeah, it's very, very similar. This one does have a little more green in it. A touch of a green hue. This one doesn't. But this is due to the fact that this one has been sealed away from light for decades. It was for the first time ever opened just now. And this one has been in the light for a decade. So I want to say there's that. But oh my God, it's divine, and it stays close to the skin. It just hums at you, you know? It doesn't scream. It's powdery, delicate, soft, but dark at the same time. Delicious. Dacob, would you ever consider getting the 250 ml bottle? How come you don't get the 30 ml of the parfum? So Jam, that's an interesting coincidence that I never got the 30 ml. I never got the 30 ml because I always kept, I have the 35 ml spray, the tester spray of the pure perfume. I have a 35 ml spray, which maybe is in this container here that I got. No, I have it in another place. But I have I've shown it several times in other videos, the 35 milliliter tester of the pure perfume as a spray. So I never got the splash bottle of the 30 ml because I would always get the smaller ones, one, to save money, but two, because I was always thinking, somewhere in the back of my head, I was always thinking, sooner or later, I'm going to be able to hunt down, I'm going to find a 50s or 60s version pure perfume, which is close to 30 ml. I have a 28 ml. Before they did 30 ml, they did 28 ml of number 19. I have it's over there, 19, the 28 ml bottle. But I was always thinking that of number 5, sooner or later, I'm going to hunt down the 56 milliliter bottle, which is that bottle that you see next to Marilyn Monroe's bed in that photo shoot that was made of her in the 50s. And it has a flatter stopper. It's a 56 ml bottle. And I always thought to myself, I want the Marilyn Monroe bottle. Never got to hunt that one down. I never dreamt of getting 120 ml. I never thought that I thought that that's kind of like a mythological creature. And then boom, out of the blue. I mean, I think I was waiting 20 years. It was a long time. Okay. So patience is key. But it paid off. And the magical thing about this, don't hate me now when you hear this, or don't, you know, because you know how people are. People can be like, oh, I hate you, I'm so jealous. Because this perfume doesn't have the concentration written on the box, it doesn't have the milliliters or the ounces written on the box. The person who was selling it because I guess their relative passed away, and these are usually gifts that people put in the closet and they never use them. So I guess when a person passed away, they were selling it. But since they did not see that this was a pure perfume, because the concentration is not, because you see how elegant Chanel used to be. The pure perfume was the only concentration that did not need a label. If you know, you know. If it says Chanel number 5, it can only be the pure perfume. If it's not the pure perfume, then it says eau de cologne, eau de toilette, eau de parfum. See what I mean? It's like with their haute couture. Their haute couture pieces don't have the Chanel logo on the outside. It's always on the inside. Same applies to this. So the person that was selling it did not know that this was the pure perfume concentration. And they did not know the milliliter sizing, because the box doesn't state milliliters. In the past, they would only state small model, medium model, big model, extra big model. This was the big model. There's also an extra big model, which is still in production today. It's a 250 ml. So when I saw that the box the photo of the box at the bottom said Grand Modèle, I was like, oh my God, this is the 120 ml bottle, the mythological 120 ml bottle that I've never seen before in my life. And I got it for under $200. That's why I said, don't hate me. So why I don't get the 30 ml, I was contemplating getting the 30 ml for the 100th birthday of Chanel No. 5. But then this auction popped up for less than the price of the 30 ml bottle, because the 30 ml bottle is around $300. So I was like, okay, this was meant to be. I waited 20 years, and all of a sudden this thing pops up. I was like, this is too good to be true, right? And I was expecting the worst. I was like, okay, when it arrives, maybe it's, you know, empty inside because it's sealed. So if it's sealed, I was buying it blind too, because the box was sealed. Turned out for the best. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, it was under 200. No, it was meant to be. And that's what I'm telling you, like, how insane. We got to drink to that. Okay. But you got to really know what you're looking for, because if you don't know what this really is, okay? And this is why nobody was really bidding on this, because nobody knew. Everybody thought that the person asking under almost, let's say, roundabout $200, the seller asking $200 for this, a lot of the people, potential buyers, were thinking, they got to be crazy. They got to be crazy. They got to be out of their mind. Because on the photos, there was no comparison to other sizes. So what does this mean? This means that on the photos, it could have been this perfume, the 7 ml. You know, this one says parfum and it does say 7 ml, but on the back. But what I want to say is there was no reference. That how they photographed this product was just the outer box, which is this here. And it was just like laying on a surface. So there was no hand next to it so that you could compare the size of the box with anything else. It was literally just photographed from different angles, and it doesn't have any milliliters stated on it. It doesn't have the concentration stated on it. So the seller was thinking, well, it's a big box. Let's ask $200 for it. But the potential buyers were all thinking, well, this person is crazy. The box looks like it's a 7 milliliter, could be a 15 milliliter, because the box looked smaller on the photos. But because I know how to interpret these signs here in the coding, I was like, oh my God. So I got really lucky there. But, you know, and this is what happens when people sell off estates and houses or whatever is left over from a family member that they find in the closet, and that's that. But it doesn't happen often. To me, once in 20 years. So Coco sent it because you deserve to. Thank you so much. Oh, why is this always flipping? This damn thing. Coco sent it because you deserve to have that bottle. Thank you, Letty. Yeah, you were fated to have it, Dacob. Pays to know for real. No, I mean, you gotta know. You gotta know what you're buying. You always have to do your research. You gotta know what you're buying, guys. Coco sent it because you deserve. I'm reading the same thing. Oh, we're done with the comments? Okay. All right, you guys. So I promised this, and we're gonna do it now. The double C on the reverse shines so bright. I know, right? Because it's like completely silver. Do you have an idea of an estimated retail price when new for that size? So you have to dial backwards. So the 250 ml now available at Chanel, I think, is 1,300. So the 100 ml would be around 800. Probably more, $800 to $900. Yeah, $800 probably. If they still made this size today, it would be around 800, 800 or 900. Oh, Sent says, I wish you could narrate a day of my life with that voice and way of storytelling. You got to send me a script, maybe we could make an episode out of it. You got to send a whole written script of one day, then I could read it. Looks like your heart chakra is glowing. It probably is at the moment. Mr. Phillips says, oh man, you guys, the smell of it. You guys, let's jump into the next video to celebrate number 5's birthday. This is why I decided to do this today, not on Saturday. Chanel released the Cruise collection, the Cruise 2021/2022 collection, yesterday on their website. And it is dedicated to the relationship between Coco Chanel and Jean Cocteau. Jean Cocteau, who, Chanel is not going to tell you this, but Jean Cocteau, this is one of the biggest secrets of Chanel and Chanel number 5. It is said that that Cocteau gifted Coco the double C design, the double C logo, because the double C logo, oh, there it is. The double C logo is said to represent the love and relationship that they had together. Not a friendship love. Jean Cocteau was gay. But here we can debunk the fact that she was a homophobe. Not only did she support the man and fund his theater pieces when he was still not famous, but they were also the biggest friends up until his death. The double C stands for Cocteau Chanel. Okay, so one of those biggest secrets out there is that Cocteau actually gave her the double C logo as a token of his love to her. That double C is a link that joins their friendship forever. Cocteau, spelled with a C, and Coco, spelled with a C. Of course, today you're going to hear that the double C stands for Coco Chanel, which is fine. You can think whatever you want to think. But the most poetic of reasons behind why the double C is the double C would be this one. The fact that Cocteau gifted her that double C. Just like the mythological story of Pablo Picasso designing the flask bottle for the first number 5 edition, or gifting it to Chanel rather. Because the House of Chanel does not credit Picasso for the bottle and does not credit Picasso for the double, and does not credit Cocteau for the double C. Why would they? They don't want to give them money. However, Chanel did credit Cocteau. They had to. They used his designs for the Cruise collection. So, oh yeah, Candy Fluff says, oh wow, I had no idea. That is lovely. Yeah, it's a beautiful poetic thing. So every time I see the double C, I don't think about Chanel the brand. Whenever I see the double C, I think about Coco and Cocteau. And I'm a huge fan of Cocteau, okay? Huge fan of Cocteau. So, of his books, of his poems, of his directorial stuff, the movies or the movie that he made, of his drawings. I'm going to touch base on that in the review of the fashion show, but because I know quite a bit about Cocteau and Chanel, when the brand announced that this collection will be dedicated kind of to Cocteau and the relationship between Cocteau and Chanel, I was like, oh, okay, girl. A lot can go wrong there. There's a lot of potential. It can be an amazing collection. There's so much you could do because Cocteau and Chanel had a wonderful relationship. There's so much incredible stuff you could make out of this idea of implementing Jean Cocteau within a Chanel collection. There's just so much you can do with it. So I'm looking forward to it, but very well aware of the fact that Chanel does have a tendency of watering stuff down, toning it down, making it sellable, making it meh, playing it safe. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So with that mindset, I went into the collection, which was released yesterday. And because Chanel and Cocteau were connected, and I do believe that Jean Cocteau also wore Chanel number 5, that's why I think it's interesting to talk about this cruise collection within the framework of Chanel number 5's 100th birthday, because it is indirectly connected to Chanel number 5. Cocteau is connected to Chanel number 5. So that's why I thought, let's review it within this live stream rather than on, you know, on my regular Saturday live streams. So that's that. Let's get to the fashion show. Let's review it together. And hit it. This video was recorded in front of a live virtual audience. Hi everybody, Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Today we will be reviewing the Chanel Cruise Collection 2021/2022, dedicated to the relationship, friendship between Coco Chanel and Jean Cocteau. Jean Cocteau being a very interesting playwright, author, poet, painter, artist, sketcher, drawer, and film director. So he had a strong relationship with Chanel, and very fascinating. I always, you know, there's this, one of these biggest myths of the unity between Cocteau, between Jean Cocteau and Coco Chanel is that, and the Chanel brand is never going to tell you this, but one of the biggest stories, biggest alleged mysteries and most beautifully poetic reasons to her double C logo is that Cocteau, being the artist that he is, gifted it to her as a symbol of their friendship and unity, because Coco Chanel funded and subsidized a lot of his theater pieces before he was famous, before he had any money. She would go to the theaters, say, here's the money, produce his piece, don't tell him I gave you the money. I don't want him to feel guilty or obliged or bad in any way. Jean Cocteau was gay, which, there you go, debunked the theory that she was homophobe. She was not. Cocteau gifted her the double C, allegedly, stating that this is the love that he had for her and appreciation he had for her and their friendship. One C being Coco, and the other one Cocteau. Coco and Cocteau together. Before we get to the fashion show review, if you haven't already but do like my content, thumb up this video and subscribe to my channel here on YouTube. You can also push the join button next to the subscription button and become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob all spelled together there as well. Thank you so much to all my members and patrons who have already pledged. And thank you to all my co-reviewers of the fashion show who are live with me in the chats right now as we gear up to review the cruise collection, because this video is being filmed live in front of a virtual audience. So, the fashion show itself, just to give you a little bit of a background before we get to the fashion show, I have my little cards prepared here. So, I will butcher this name in French. I do apologize ahead of time. Carrière des Lumières. Okay, that is they call it a place of history. And this is the setting to the fashion show. It was shot in the Carrière des Lumières. Now, let me read a bit of this Carrière des Lumières first. Now a major venue in the Provence, the Carrière des Lumières site is located at the foot of the village of Les Baux de Provence, or Les Baux or Les Baux de Provence. Sorry for butchering it. In the heart of the Alpilles, in a place filled with mystery, the Val d'Enfer. 2,000 years ago, the formation of stone. It is a stone formation where stone would be excavated from to build buildings and houses. Also known as the Stone of the South, Le Baux, sorry again for butchering the name. Le Beau stone is a slightly calcareous limestone, fine-grained and usually white or blonde in color. The area's characteristically white limestone blocks are easily worked and were used to build Glanum, the medieval village of Les Baux-de-Provence, and for the construction of the castle of Les Baux. The results from the compaction of calcium carbonate on calcareous sand. Marine fossils have been found in the rock. 1800, so in the 1800s, opening of the quarry at Les Grands Fonds. Industrial developments led to the construction of many buildings which required large quantities of stone in the 1800s. So Fontvieille, the neighboring village of Les Baux, benefited greatly from the growing demand for the stone at this time, as its white stone was said to be of better quality than Les Baux stone. However, the number of quarries in operation in Les Baux at this time attest to the town's increased production. One such quarry was Les Grands Fonds, known today as Les Carriers de Lumière. In 1821, a red mineral was discovered in the quarries. It was used for the extraction of aluminium and named bauxite after the name of the neighboring commune of Les Baux-de-Provence. Sorry again for butchering the names. In 1935, the quarry closed. Following the First World War, the demand for stone for construction purposes declined. New building materials such as steel and concrete emerged. More economical than stone, these new materials threatened the future of stone quarries. The quarry was eventually forced to close. This is the quarry where the fashion show is going to take place, the Chanel fashion show that we're going to review now. So I'm reading to you the history of it and trying to understand how does it connect to the Chanel cruise collection. In 1959, a new artistic vocation. The Carriers were the muse, decor, inspiration, and setting for their creative works. Dante saw the site. The Testament of Orpheus is a poetic escapade at the center of Cocteau's thinking between a dreamlike world and somnolence. This is what his aesthetic is all about, always. Also in his drawings, he's like outlined drawings. It's very simplistic. I love Cocteau's drawings, by the way. So Cocteau filmed a movie in 1959 in the quarry. The site was further transformed, also in 1959, through the creation of a new project inspired by the ideas of Joseph Svoboda, scenographer of the second half of the 20th century. This project was designed to enhance the space. It was decided that the huge rock walls of the quarry would form the backdrop for a sound and light show, which we are also going to see during the fashion show soon. In 2012, the Culture Spaces delegatee of the site. The town of Baux-de-Provence entrusted Culture Spaces with the management of the quarry as part of the public service concession agreement. Named Les Carriers de Lumière, Culture Spaces has developed a unique and innovative concept for the site. Amiex's art and music immersive experience, Les Carriers de Lumière, opened in March with the exhibition Gauguin, Van Gogh, Painters in Color, directed by Gianfranco Iannuzzi, Renato Gatto, and Massimiliano Siccardi. Every year since the opening in 2012, the Carriers de Lumière holds an immersive digital exhibition devoted to a major artist, produced by Culture Spaces and directed by Gianfranco Iannuzzi, Renato Gatto, and Massimiliano Siccardi. So then they list the exhibitions they had in 2013 with Manet, Renoir, 2014 was Klimt and Vienna, 2015 was Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, 2016 was Chagall, Midsummer Night's Dreams, 2017 The Fantastic and Wonderful World of Bosch, then we got 2019 Picasso and the Spanish Masters, Van Gogh 2019, 2020 Salvador Dali, The Endless Enigma, and it is closed because of the lockdown, but it opened just to allow Chanel to film the fashion show and illuminate those walls that they illuminate with the paintings of the artists during the collections. They illuminated the walls with sketches and drawings of Jean Cocteau. So we have the setting where Jean Cocteau in 1959 filmed his Orpheus movie. We have the walls utilized to illuminate, project some of his sketches and drawings. And we have that connection and friendship that Chanel had with Cocteau, that Coco Chanel back then had with Cocteau, which now is depicted in a way like the brand of Chanel is again bringing back to the memory of us consumers, the memory of Jean Cocteau, by uniting their forces with the foundation of Jean Cocteau, bringing back to light Jean Cocteau. So, in a way, as Coco back in the day secretly funded, Jean Cocteau gave money to the theaters to produce his theater pieces, today, it's not secret, it's official, but the brand Chanel brings back the memory of Jean Cocteau by bringing back his memory into a Chanel fashion show. So it is commendable. It is a noble gesture. But let's see how it translates visually. Okay, so let's get to the show. The texts I read to you were directly from the from the Query website. So go check out their website, by the way, fair use. And this video is taken from the Chanel website. Here you see the quarry and the birds flying. It's a huge space, okay, the stone quarry. So the video is also taken from the Chanel website, so it's fair use. The music, however, I have taken music that is copyright free. This is not the original music from the show. Now you see they're walking through the passage of these stone walls and they illuminated the stars. The projection of the stars, those are Jean Cocteau drawn stars. So we got a little bit of slow motion. The first model is walking down this mystical pathway that almost looks Egyptian in many ways, doesn't it? It almost looks like a excavation site. Again, Agatha Christie comes to mind with Death on the Nile or Evil Under the Sun, but mostly Death on the Nile. It has a very early 20s, mid-20s vibe to it. Black and white is the word du jour, very simplistic. Virginie Viard, who is the artistic director of Chanel, went for a very simple design, I want to say, when it comes to color choices for now. Let's see how it goes on. This particular dress that just went down the runway with the V-cut, not very body encompassing. Here you have some more details of Cocteau's drawings on that little mini skirt, which was here stars and squares and geometric shapes on the black mini skirt. We had black geometric shapes on white mini skirt. Now we have pants with drawings. Some of these are Cocteau inspired, some are not. Obviously the Chanel burst of stars is not Cocteau, but they're blending Cocteau design with Chanel aesthetic. We got the lion, we got another star, we got the star constellations, which are not intrinsically Cocteau. Now, I have to be honest with you, I do not know whose face that is on the t-shirt. They're trying to go a little bit punk rock on us, or not punk rock, just punk, which is Virginie Viard loves the 80s. She loves that whole 80s punky movement, the New Romantics, which doesn't always suit Chanel in the right way, especially not if you're doing a tribute to Cocteau and Chanel. Like, how does that blend in? Cocteau was there you have the stars projected. Those are drawings by Cocteau, by the way. So Cocteau was subversive and innovative in a way, and so was Coco Chanel, but for their time. So if they were alive today, they would be subversive for today's standards. And I don't find it very subversive to go for the punk aesthetic, because we've seen it already, it's been done already. So how do you create innovation today? Now, I know this is a cruise collection and it's supposed to be meant to escape the cold European winters by going to warm places, hence the lighter fabrics. But still, don't forget, Virginie, your main topic is Cocteau and Chanel. So how are we implementing? Okay, you're shooting the fashion show at a place where Cocteau in 1959 shot a movie. Here's a dove. The famous white dove of Jean Cocteau is On this crochet slash knitwear, we get to see Cocteau's dove, symbol of peace, symbol of transcendence. But how do you implement that dove within the clothing, within a collection by Chanel? It's easy to just print and stitch things that another artist made on top of other This is terrible. This face, I don't know whose face this is. If they updated Chanel's face, Coco doesn't look like Coco to me, but wow. Anyway, how, or maybe it's from the poster, maybe it's from Cocteau's movie, I don't know, but it's just so transformed that I can't tell you whose face this is. Doesn't matter. Well, it matters because it ruins the experience for me, but it's there. The face is there. What can we say? So, you know, all of these drawings and all of the artistry and masterfulness of Cocteau's art, how do you put that into a Chanel collection and make it relevant, make it interesting? I have the feeling it's a cop-out to just go for the, oh yeah, let's print the dove, it's a symbol. Let's print the stars, it's a symbol on the clothes, and done. Because like I have the feeling that's how far they went. This is a beautiful, breathtaking setting for this collection. It's breathtaking, okay? The clothes are super simple, stripped down. Actually, this dress in particular, it has, you see the doves and the stars embroidered into the dress, almost like we're going in the direction haute couture, almost. Really beautiful. But this is just when you layer an artist's work on top of a designer's work, but there's no real interaction. You see, that's why I was really pressing on that point before, telling you that it is said that Jean Cocteau created the double C for Chanel. You see, that's when an artist and a designer's genius merge and something beautiful is born, something new is born. Like that double C logo is its own thing. It's strong, it has a life of its own. That's when a collaboration is right. This here is like saying, okay, we've got Chanel clothes, let's put some prints of Cocteau on top of them. And that's it. You see what I mean? It ends there. It doesn't, there's no cathartic process. There's no catharsis. There is no transformation. It doesn't take me to a new place. I'm happy that they're paying tribute and homage to one of my favorite artists, which is Jean Cocteau, and I'm thrilled to see his doves and his stars on the Chanel clothing. Yes, it's great to bring his memory back into life, but how are you contributing to furthering the conversation between this historic conversation led between Chanel and Cocteau, between Coco and Cocteau? How do we bring it further? And here, thus far, I don't have the impression that they are giving me something new, that they're giving me something, that they're showing me a new facet of the relationship between Cocteau and Chanel, because that's what I was expecting. You're finally making, even Karl Lagerfeld never dared touch the Cocteau and Coco friendship. He never went there because it's a very complex thing. So Virginie went there. Okay, go there, but then what do I learn from this? What do I get from this that I haven't gotten before? Thus far, nothing. This is an interesting print of classic Chanel details like the camellia, probably the gardenia, there's some chains, there's some starbursts, blended in with maybe some white doves by Cocteau. So it's an interesting pattern, very flashy, you know, and this is the seasonal print. It's the AOP, the all over print of the season. They have one every season. So if you're into black and white, sketchy type of, like a sketch type of look, and you love flashing the logo, then, you know, that's for you. But again, it doesn't further our conversation and the relationship between Coco and Cocteau. These flowy gowns and dresses and muumuus seem super comfortable, super fresh. Interesting that Bruno Pavlovsky, the head of Chanel, complained about Yves Saint Laurent. Yes, he officially complained about Yves Saint Laurent copying their tweeds, and he was very disappointed by it. Interesting that he said that, and then just a couple of days after that, we see these Yves Saint Laurent inspired muumuus on the Chanel runway. So I'm like, you're complaining about Yves Saint Laurent copying Chanel, but then Chanel is letting Yves Saint Laurent styled muumuus run down the runway, like 70s inspired. So I'm like, don't preach if you can't, be on the beach. Just saying, the crochet is always beautiful. Now, crochet is something that Chanel actually utilized from time to time. Not as much as, you know, we're used to seeing from Dolce & Gabbana in the 90s, but it's beautiful when done well. I do believe that Chanel would do it well. I would need to touch the fabrics to see them, to actually give a verdict on these knits/crochets. Could be something new for Chanel because they haven't done it in a long while. To this extent, like almost every piece in this segment of the runway has that crocheted bit, kind of like capes and little bolero style things. Why not? I like a good crochet that reveals a little bit of skin and creates a shading effect on the body. I'm all for that. But again, you know, everything is in black and white, maybe to homage the fact that the Orpheus movie by Cocteau was shot in black and white, so they look like characters that could have come out of the movie. But that's not enough for me. You can't just do black and white, and I mean, we also have some lilac colors in there as well, but you can't just do black and white and say, yeah, that's an homage to Cocteau. Like, it's a bit too simplistic and a little bit lazy. A bit more research could have been done, you know, a bit more. It's a beautiful collection. You see it all together. Look, it's all like the same color palette, easy, simple, stripped down to the core, very Coco Chanel. So Virginie is doing Chanel justice here. She's doing Coco justice. There she is, Virginie, also dressed in black. She's doing Coco justice. She's just not doing Cocteau justice. They're throwing the white doves into the air because the white dove is the symbol that Cocteau uses a lot. So that's a beautiful gesture for peace and yada yada. But that's the end of the show. With the Jean Cocteau Committee, with special thanks to the Jean Cocteau Committee, as Chanel says. So there was a contribution. Obviously, they're bringing back the memory of Cocteau. So this is the show, you guys. This is the show. What can I tell you? This is the show. I think from a Coco-esque point of view, some of the pieces are interesting, simple. If you got the budget for it, you're going to have some solid, conservative-looking outfit for your cruise collection. That's it. It ends there. It doesn't push the boundaries further. It doesn't teach us anything new that we haven't known. It might spark in some of y'all who maybe don't know who Jean Cocteau is, and then this might spark an interest for you to get to know more about Jean Cocteau, to read about Jean Cocteau. Jean Cocteau, one of my favorite short theater pieces that he wrote is called The Human Voice. And The Human Voice, I am obsessed with The Human Voice for several reasons. Now, if you're going to talk about Cocteau, when he did The Human Voice, Chanel was still alive. I'm sure she went to the theater to see it. Now, this is something that I would have started from this point if I were to make a Chanel Cocteau collection, because The Human Voice is a story about this woman. It's all in her bedroom. And she's desperate. Her man is not calling her. He's leaving her. She knows that he's with another woman, but she's still hopeful that he's going to come back to her. And she hasn't been out of bed for days. Her windows are closed, shut. There's no light filtering through. She's a mess. And she's living for that phone to ring. This was way before smartphones. So it's a real phone, you know, the twirly phone. And when it rings, she calls. She's crying all the time. And it's this constant... It's the human voice. It's a monologue. It's just her talking to him, begging him. She's reducing herself. She's stripping herself of any dignity she had left for an ounce of love in return from him. That's the power of Jean Cocteau. Fellini portrayed Anna Magnani, my favorite actress of all time. Even though she's passed away, Anna Magnani is still at the top. There's nobody on top of Anna Magnani for me. She portrayed the female character in the monologue in The Human Voice. Fellini filmed her for a series called Amore, Love. Check that out. She is incredible. That's Cocteau at his best. Pedro Almodovar, then in the 80s, one of my favorite living directors, implemented The Human Voice in a little short sketch inside of his bigger movie called The Law of Desire. In The Law of Desire, one of his characters acts out a scene of The Human Voice. It's like a theater piece within a movie, Pedro likes to do that, to layer stuff. And then, of course, Pedro Almodóvar went further and took the entire text of The Human Voice, and just this year, or actually last year, but it hasn't been released everywhere in the world yet, released his first short film in English, main actress Tilda Swinton, and it's called The Human Voice. So again, Cocteau is also a big reference for Pedro Almodóvar, also very important for him, also very important for Fellini. A lot of people have been inspired by Cocteau, justly so, because Cocteau is just that incredible. So we also have Rainer Werner Fassbinder, who his last movie before he passed away was called Querelle. Querelle. Now we have Genet. It's a different novel, but Cocteau, the style and aesthetic of Cocteau's desire is also portrayed through, because also Jean Genet is also quite inspired by Cocteau. So I could talk about Cocteau forever, right? So when I see a collection like this, that just doesn't deliver a new conversation, doesn't deliver anything new to the table, I go like, oh, what a missed opportunity. You have all that money, you have all those funds, you have all those possibilities, and you have that huge extra added bonus, which is decades long friendship between Coco and Cocteau. And this is all you can come up with? Quite disappointing, Chanel. Take Cocteau out of the equation. The pieces on their own, some of them are, from a conservative standpoint, nice. They're lovely dresses. But that's it. Let me get to your comments. Dacob, my neighborhood local movie theater was also designed by Jean Cocteau. It is a tiny theater full of history, says MK. Oh, I would love to see it. Jesus says, cha, that collection almost put me to sleep. Thanks, Chanel, for the slight sedation. Mr. Phillips says, somehow it felt as if a few designers were working on this collection and they had to somehow combine punk into Jean Cocteau. I know, it's kind of... And that's because Virginie, she's all about that stuff. So, oh, and ELTS, keep it black and white so it's like cohesive. MK says, some prints were also very reminiscent of Castelbajac. So, MK, what you think are prints are not actually prints. They were knitted on the fabrics, and they are not reminiscent of Castelbajac because Cocteau comes before Castelbajac. So all of those patterns and prints, the star, the white dove, those are exact drawings and sketches of Jean Cocteau from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And 60s, so 50s. And so they just took them and put them onto clothes. So you could say Castelbajac in many ways is inspired by Cocteau. So Castelbajac's many designs and references work in a way that reference Cocteau. So in this respect, we cannot say that this Chanel collection is reminiscent of Castelbajac. Because it's not. It's Cocteau. It's quintessentially Cocteau. All of the drawings and all of the kind of sketches that were there were taken from the Cocteau archives. It just so happens that Castelbajac looks similar to Cocteau, not the other way around. Jack says they didn't really create anything. No, not really. Collection was fine, but completely unnecessary. And this is also an interesting point because it brings me to the point of saying it's not necessary because we were talking about sustainability and Chanel is pushing this whole concept of sustainability, of trying to be more sustainable. And in fact, let me tell you something about this collection that Bruno Pavlovsky said in an interview. They're trying to be more sustainable. And I keep saying this. Okay, they're trying to be more sustainable. They're recycling materials. But if you really want to be sustainable, boo, don't make 10 collections a year or 9 collections a year. 2 are enough. Winter, summer. You don't need 10 collections. So as long as you don't cut the amount of collections you're making every year, don't try to sell me that crap about being sustainable because you're not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be overproducing. But anyway, let's listen to the boss himself, Mr. Pavlovsky, talk about the sustainability, right? Chanel is hoping that its growing efforts to produce sustainable fabrics will further seduce its luxury clientele. The Cruise collection, which we have just seen, features 4 eco-friendly tweeds, the first of their kind, made by Lesage, with manufacturers Act 3, Denis and Fil and Vimar, and the Italian yarn maker that Chanel acquired last year, oh, then it's Vimar. The Global Organic Textile Standard is a textile production certification that limits the use of toxic bleaches, dyes, and other chemical inputs during the production process of textiles. The Global Recycled Standard sets requirements for third-party certification of recycled content and chain of custody. GOTS certifies that the materials come from organic farming with dignified working conditions and respect for the environment throughout the value chain. GRS guarantees a minimum of 20% recycled fiber composition in the fabrics, along with responsible social and environmental practices, Chanel said in a statement. Opening a tweed swatch card that detailed the composition of 9 separate threads, Pavlovsky said Chanel was requiring not just its internal manufacturers to adapt, but also its external suppliers. We have initiated a transformation at the heart of the brand in order to be able to claim to offer products that are not only the most sophisticated, but also made with materials that are produced in the most sustainable way possible, he said. I hope that eventually a great majority of our fabrics will meet these new criteria. Interview with Pavlovsky for WWD. From, I don't know from when. From when is this? Me do not know. From a couple of days ago. So I just read an extract from that interview, so you can see that he's actually stating that they're working towards a sustainable thing. As of now, some of their fibers in tweeds are 20% resource or sustainable, blah, blah, blah. Sure, it seems like they're working towards something, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. And the biggest thing you have to do, Chanel, if you really want to be sustainable and move the bar, is stop making 9 to 10 collections a year. There's no going around. You can't say I'm going to keep making 10 collections a year, but the materials are sustainable. No, you're overproducing. And that in itself defies the logic of sustainability. It's like math for morons. Come on, who are you trying to trick here? Collection was fine but completely unnecessary, says Jack D. Nancy Sinatra collection, a Candy Fluff says. Well, Nancy Sinatra was a huge fan of Chanel in the 60s at least. Happy Days says boring. Dacob, why the fishnet stockings? Because they wanted to make it more edgy, I guess. Dacob, I thought the double C logo was inspired by the convent. Okay, MK. I thought the double C logo was inspired by the convent in which Coco spent several years during her adolescence. She created the logo in memory of stained glasses pattern in aubergine. MK, you did not think that. That is what Chanel brand marketing wants you to think. They've manipulated you to think that because they want you to think that. That is what Chanel is going to tell you. That the double C's come from aubergine. That's what brand mark. That's how powerful it was. The entire phrasing of your sentence. You never mentioned that that the brand said that to you. They manipulated you into believing that that thought came from you. That's how powerful brand marketing is. Look at yours. Let me read your sentence again. You said, Dacob, I thought the double C logo was inspired by the convent in which she spent several years during her adolescence. She created the logo in memory of stained glasses pattern in aubergine. Okay, what you should have said, let me say how, if the matrix doesn't mess with your mind, this is what you should have said. Dacob, Chanel wants us to believe that the double C logo was inspired by the convent in which she spent several years during her adolescence. Chanel, the brand, also states that she created the logo in memory of stained glasses pattern in aubergine. Are we to believe that? That's how the comment should have been. You understand? I do like the crochet cape, says Mrs. Blue. Jack says, these aren't go-go boots. They're slightly adjusted and modded with the Chanel slips. Yeah. Mr. Phillips says, when I first watched the show, I got some Italian vibes from the show for some reason, not quite as elegant for the Chanel brand. There's a little bit of Dolce & Gabbana going on there too, with the crochet in particular, very Sicilian. These pieces are gorgeous, says Anna. Jack says, some of the flow beach dresses would be great for different body types. I agree. Caleb says, on that pesky face, the late Stella Tennant's patrician punk attitude inspired the lip piercing jewelry, as did Ines and Vindu's photographs of the model Lola in Chanel's apartment. Okay, wait, hold on, stop here. Let me not move the chat. On that pesky face. So, is that Stella Tennant's face? Stella, really? I didn't recognize her. So that's late. Okay, so they want to commemorate Stella Tennant, who just passed away recently. So the late Stella Tennant patrician punk attitude inspired the lip-piercing jewelry, as did Ines and Windu's photographs of the model Lola and Chanel's apartment. Yeah, but that's all flaky. That's all flaky. Then do the punky thing, then make a tribute to Stella Tennant, but then don't put Jean Cocteau into that. Don't put Cocteau into that. What does Cocteau have to do with that? Nothing. Seems a bit like a gift shop at a museum. And yeah, some pieces do have a little bit of that. Gold wedges? I'm going to throw up, says Mr. Philip Fabulous. Candy Fluff says, "Gah, no Muppet fur." No. Jack says, "Ew, the ostrich feather skirt with badly fitting top." Was that ostrich, though? The feathers seemed bigger. Maybe it was ostrich or marabou. Drax says, "Rick Owens must be kicking himself that he didn't use this location." Yeah, right? It is very Rick Owens. Maybe he did in the past. I don't know. Mr. Philip Fabulous says, "Beautiful scenery, beautiful concept. Some very nice classic clean lines, but very incohesive, chaotic, dare I say, ugly designs too." Jam says, "This collection is already a bit boring. Getting a bit bad Dior vibes here," says Aisha. "I like the wide leg pants," says Jack. And Mr. Philip does not like the jeans. Helena says, oh no, Candy Fluff says, go-go boots, kind of ish, go-go-ish. Maybe Coco got a facelift. I mean, if what Caleb says, you know, if that's Stella Tennant, great, more power to her. I'm happy that they homaged her, but again, then leave Cocteau out of it. Oh God, the hair, no, says Jack. The face looks like Virginie's face from the portrait Karl Lagerfeld took of her for the Petit Veste Noire or the La Petite Robe Noire book. So yeah, as I said in my review, it could be Virginie, but if it's Stella Tennant, it's, I don't know, you guys. Doesn't seem like a cruise collection. Well, oh, here, the CC Spy. Hey, Laura, sweetie. Chanel copying indie designers like Mariam Nasir Zadeh with the gold mules. Oh, no, wait, I'm mixing up. Sorry, because the chat keeps moving instead of standing still. I prefer that the logo was, sorry. So again, the CC Spy. I prefer that the logo was a gift from Cocteau, much more meaningful. Yes, I agree. Now, Paris Amaro says, Chanel copying indie designers like Mariam Nasir Zadeh with the gold mules. And then Robert says, I fell asleep during the runway. Did I miss something? Oh my God. Okay, you guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. This was the review of the Chanel 2021/2022 cruise show. I am wearing Chanel Cruise, by the way. This is Lagerfeld, Karl Lagerfeld's last cruise collection, dedicated to, you know, when they launched the Les Eaux range. So we got all of their traveling spots of Chanel, where she opened her boutiques, very cruise-like, Biarritz, Venice, and Deauville. So we got them also on the back here. And may you rest in peace, Carl. We love you. I also like what Virginie is doing ultimately. It's just that she still needs some time to take charge. I have the feeling that people at Chanel are still used to telling her what to do when she was under Carl, and I think she's still not stepping it up to becoming the boss. And I think that's the problem here. She needs more. She needs to dictate more and get her message through and not let other people blend in all their bullshit ideas in between. The more people cook a soup, the worse the soup gets. Thumb up this video if you liked it, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and let me know what you thought about this show in the comment section down below. Push the join button next to the subscription button, become a member today and gain access to extra perks. Join me on Patreon, Super Dacob all spelled together, to gain access to extra perks there as well, such as videos that don't come to YouTube at all but stay exclusive to members and patrons, and your name listed here in the scrolling bar at the end of every video as co-producer of the Fashion Bunker, just like at the end of every good movie where the credits roll and showcase all the wonderful people who partook in the magic that is the Fashion Bunker. I think Virginie Viard needs to work. Oh, you can follow me. We're talking about Chanel. Follow me on my Instagram channels profiles. One is called Super Dacob all spelled together. The other two are Chanel related. One is dedicated to my Chanel collection called Coco Chanel is in my house, all spelled together. The other one is called Coco Chanel Privé, all spelled together, dedicated to the life of Coco Chanel. Virginie Viard is an interesting little creature. I like her, but she needs to step it up a notch, you know, be a bit more peppery. Robert says, all I wanted to say is that this collection is lame. Letty says, again, we continue with the theme of breathtaking landscapes, but lukewarm collection of clothes, and the theme was not on point. They missed an opportunity to create something magical. Yeah. Jack says, Paris Amaro, go-go boots were a thing decades before Zadeh. I didn't want to say it, Jack. You said it. Thank you for saying it. Caleb says, where can we find more information on the interlocking C's with Cocteau? I can't find anything of it online for my basic search. Because basic search won't get you nowhere. I have a library of 100 books on Chanel. So in some of them, that it's stated, it's noted. But on the internet, you're only going to find the most superficial content that you can on Coco Chanel, because that's how the world we live in is. That's just how it is. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. Mwah. And that's it, you guys. Thank you so much for joining this wonderful 100th birthday celebration of Chanel No. 5. Here's to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Happy birthday. So I guess we can play a happy birthday song. The song that I chose for the happy birthday is an ancient one. It's something, envision this. I know Chanel came out in the 20s. This song is a little bit more 30s. But let's just, for the sake of, for the sake of it, let's imagine Chanel No. 5 was just released 1 year ago. And then after 1 year has passed, we're celebrating the 1 year success of Chanel No. 5. Okay, so I'm envisioning I know this song doesn't fit time-wise at all, but whatever. It's vintagey enough to give it the mood. So let's play the happy birthday, the vintage version. Let's celebrate the first year. Okay, it's 1922, you guys. Let's celebrate the first year of Chanel No. 5. It's like... Oh no, are we doing How Old Are You Now? How old are you now? Yeah, how old are you now? How old are you now? And 1 year old? Or 2? Or 3? Or 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Happy birthday, No. 5, says Jack Dean. Kira says, sorry, I burnt the cake. Oh no, you burnt the birthday cake. Ice cream buzz. Yeah, it's very ice cream buzz. Get your stockings and cane. Yeah, let me drink. This is so cute, you guys. Spray your Chanel No. 5s now. The piano is totally off key. I love it. Yeah, it's off key, just like me, Emilio. So I wish you all a wonderful morning, day or night. I hope wherever you are, you get to celebrate the rest of your days or night with your favorite iteration of Chanel No. 5 and with your favorite version of it, great memories. We got to share some amazing memories together today. If you've enjoyed this live stream thus far, thumb it up. And I love you all. Stay tuned for the next live stream next Saturday. But until then, goodbye to Jack, Philip, Kira, Robert, Trebi, Amina, Rich Mitch, Jesus, Jordi Popular, Sarah, Trebi, Debbie, or Ghosted, Ollie. Oh gosh, there's a lot of you guys. I can't get to all the names, but to all of y'alls, I'm wishing you a wonderful Aisha, Emina, Isaac, Maria, Robert again, Jack, Aisha. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I love you so much. Thank you for always supporting the Fashion Bunker and for showing me always your love. You are the best. And I hope you've enjoyed this time together. Until Saturday, never forget to never give up on number 5, love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. you.